Hi, good morning, everyone. Let's make a start. So my name is Daniel Surdharma from ADBI. Welcome to the ADB Research Conference on increasing the resilience of education systems in Asia and the Pacific. Before I hand it over to Dean Sonobe and Albert for remarks, I have some logistics announcements. So this conference is conducted in a hybrid format. All of you here, speakers and discussants, are in Tokyo, but the participants are mostly connecting through Zoom. So when you speak, make sure you speak into the mic, otherwise they can't hear you. Another announcement is what you've just heard from the Zoom machine, that this is recorded. So we hope that's fine with you all. The participants in Zoom can submit questions using the Zoom Q&A function, and then each session chair will look at the Zoom and then pick up any relevant questions. I think this is all good. So without further ado, I would like to invite Dean Tatsushi Sonobe from ADBI to provide the opening remarks.
Thank you, Daniel. Good morning, everyone. Welcome to Tokyo. Welcome to ADBI, and welcome to this room, which is now called Peter Macaulay Room. Suddenly, in memory of the Australian National University professor who was the third dean of ADBI and also the dean of the ADB board of directors. He passed away several months ago. And then I'd like to, there are actually a great number of people whom I should thank. I would like to thank for their kind cooperation and hard work that have made this conference possible. But I'd like to express my sincere gratitude to Beth King and Manny Jimenez for their advice and other contributions to this ADBI joint project from its very early stage. And of course, it is Albert Park, Chief Economist of ADB and Director General of Economic Research and Development Impact Department, who started and has driven this project. I can't thank him enough for this great contribution and also many other good things that he has brought to ADB and ADBI. And then Harry Patrinos of the World Bank has been very helpful also from the early stage. Thank you very much. And on the ADBI side, Daniel Surdharma and his team has done a really, really excellent job. Thank you very much, Daniel, Sashi-san, and then your team member is Kayo-san. Yeah, thank you very much. Now I now proceed according to the Daniel's talking points. Thank you, Daniel. So even before the COVID-19 pandemic, so various disasters, conflicts, and health emergencies have disrupted education. I learned this from the Beth King when Albert had very nice meeting, online meeting of kind of educational economists who have already started some study of learning loss across the world. And then I learned, oh, this is a serious problem. And then the Beth raised hand, and then she said, oh, this learning loss is not new. It has been repeated many times, almost after every conflicts, violent conflicts and natural disasters. And why don't we start kind of preparedness actions? So I thought, oh, this is a very important policy issue that policy think tanks should work on. So that was the beginning. And then I immediately opened the chat box and then wrote to Daniel, isn't this idea great? Then he immediately responded, indeed, it's great. So I was encouraged and then made him a project manager. Then of course, Albert and Daniel and other people made this project really great. And these disruptions vary in their length, severity, and the element of surprise. During these disruptions, schooling was severely compromised or even completely stopped. In some contexts, however, governments, parents, and teachers and the local community people were able to implement policies or practices that ensure learning continues, even in cases where the physical infrastructure was destroyed. Both successful and unsuccessful efforts must be rigorously studied and documented so that policymakers and practitioners can learn from them and design more effective policies in the future. This is especially important now that we are in an era of global boiling, not just warming, as Secretary General Antonio Guterres said. And also, we are seeing the multiple wars in different global regions. So this global boiling is, of course, increasing the frequencies and the magnitude of natural disasters. And then wars usually have, unfortunately, often have a kind of expansion or causing another wars in different places. So it's we are in the really serious situation. So, but over these 2 days, we will listen to presentations that quantify the learning impact of disruptions and the evaluations of policies and practices to maintain schooling and learning during disruptions. In total, 12 studies will be presented by exciting early career researchers and well-established ones. In addition, we have a presentation by Harry Patorinos on learning loss during COVID-19. Lee Crawford will present a review on sustaining schooling during shocks. Finally, we'll have a panel discussion tomorrow to map future research agenda on increasing education system resilience. ADBI will continue conducting research on education system resilience, research on education system resilience and learning recovery. So this is not a one-off event. We hope to stay connected with all of you in the future as we try to build a strong body of evidence in Asia and the Pacific. And so for those online participants, thank you very much for taking the time. And together with all speakers in this Peter Macaulay room, we welcome you all. Thank you very much. I stop here.
Thank you very much, Dean Sonobe. So next is Albert Park, who's the Chief Economist and Director General of the ERDI department.
Good morning, everyone. On behalf of ADB, I'd like to welcome you to our joint conference with ADBI, who's been really a terrific partner. It's been great working with Dean Sonobe on a number of initiatives. So when I became chief economist almost 2 years ago, the world was getting over the Delta variant, and the Omicron variant had just started and was spreading very quickly. Many schools had already been closed for a long period of time. And I think in retrospect, I think we know that that was probably a mistake, closing schools for such a long period of time, given the science that has emerged since in terms of how much of the virus spread through schools and the huge cost of lost learning. Now, at that time, development economists, I think, who have had a lot of experience studying the impacts of economic shocks, sensed that this could be a really cataclysmic shock to the human capital investments in children, and that it was important to start to understand what was happening and what the responses might be. So one of the first things I did when I came to ADB was to convene a meeting that Dean Sonobe referred to, where we tried to get some of the leading development economists working on education to talk online about what was happening and what was the research agenda that would be most helpful to support good responses to the challenges that were unfolding. At that time, we also created an internal group in our research department to start thinking about and trying to put together a program to address learning loss issues. And ADBI was a partner. Daniel has, Daniel has been heavily involved since the beginning. And of course, we weren't the first people to start really paying attention. I think people were clearly already studying the problem of learning loss. In fact, Harry, who's going to be giving our keynote, this is great to have a first opportunity to meet him in person, was really one of the people really raising the flag early on this issue and trying to start accumulating evidence on the extent of learning loss where data was available. One thing that we realized pretty quickly was that in Asia, there was actually very little information. So most of the early studies about the extent of learning loss were coming from the US and other countries. And even before I came to ADB, there was already a plan to issue a special report on learning loss in our flagship publication, the Asian Development Outlook Report, where we did kind of a simulation exercise, trying to project what we knew about the length of school closures up to that point, and based on reasonable assumptions, how that would affect the lost amount of learning and what that would mean for future labor productivity and earnings. And of course, to sell this issue to policymakers, you always have to convert this into some economic cost, some percentage of GDP, and we did that. So in the group that we kind of organized to try to address the learning loss issue, we did a number of things. First, we pooled some funding from both ADB and ADBI and commissioned 6 studies on the learning loss issue in Asia and different countries, all led by really terrific research teams. And those studies are now in progress or finishing. So obviously it takes time to do high quality studies. We also, in the summer of last year, issued a policy brief on kind of best practice on remediating learning loss, as we knew many school systems would open in the fall of last year. And I think that was helpful. I think it was read widely among the developing member countries of ADB. And of course, the World Bank and other organizations were also really on top of this, providing both advice and resources to try to help school systems focus on foundational skills as children came back to school, et cetera. We also worked on developing a learning loss survey module that could be included in different surveys, and we incorporated parts of that into a study of Southeast Asia, actually led by ADBI, because they had been monitoring the effects of the pandemic on a sample of adults, or families, I guess, households. And so we added some questions about learning loss. And in that study, which is now we have a draft led by Daniel, we found that 80% of parents felt that their kids' learning suffered when schools were closed, and that it was particularly, more pronounced for boys and for non-rich households, and that students who could access the internet did better, at least if you believe the accounts of their parents, and if they had multiple channels of learning during the pandemic, they also did better. we also have been working on a meta-analysis to keep track of all of the studies of learning loss and measures to address learning loss, and are working on that. I mean, kind of following the work of Harry. And in our group, we've also been working with some of the ADB resident missions in different countries to put together our own studies in Philippines, Bangladesh, Mongolia, anywhere where we can find data where we feel we can actually reasonably cleanly identify the impacts of learning loss. And so this event is very timely. I think it's an opportunity for us to take stock of what we've learned, and especially with this new set of papers. I think it will be helpful thinking about. I think we're at the point where we should start to be drawing lessons about what have we really learned in terms of how to design education systems that will be more resilient to shocks in the future. And one thing about the pandemic, of course, is that many school systems, many communities, many parents responded to the challenge of lost learning in different ways. So really, it was quite a laboratory for thinking about how different approaches could remediate or mitigate learning loss. And one question I think we're thinking about is, what lessons have we really learned, and what lessons even transcend the pandemic and can inform how we should do education even during normal times. So I think, for instance, the evidence on teaching at the right level, both before the pandemic and during the pandemic, has been pretty convincing that this is a really key principle for effective learning, either during or after pandemics. Tutoring interventions, kind of whether on remote tutoring or in-person tutoring, also in this review that we've been working on, also seem to be effective. And of course, as was mentioned, and by Dean Sonobe in referring to comments by Beth, that it's not just the pandemic, of course. There are many other shocks. And now with climate change here and Asia more subject to disasters than any other, we're going to see both shocks from natural disasters, but of course, there could be more pandemics, et cetera, in the future. So I think all of the work that we do will be helpful to inform kind of future responses. And I think personally, I believe we'll be studying kind of the impacts of the pandemic still for many years to come, because it was such a huge shock affecting really the lives of everybody. And that is also part of the research agenda, I think, which is important to keep following kids to understand the medium and longer term effects of these disruptions. So let me stop there, and thank you all for coming, and I'm really looking forward to the next 2 days.
Thanks very much, Albert. So now we're going straight to the keynote speech, which will be delivered by Harry Petrinos. So while we load the slides, I'm gonna introduce Harry, although maybe he doesn't need an introduction, but I will just read his profile. So Harry is the Senior Advisor for Education at the World Bank, specializing in the economics of education, especially school-based management, demand-side financing, and public-private partnerships. He's had a long career in the World Bank, working in different regions, and also working in the Office of the Chief Economist for Europe and Central Asia. He co-led the development of the Harmonized Learning Outcomes database, part of Human Capital Index, which was recently published in Nature. And as we all know, he's very prolific in publications. So, Harry, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Daniel, and thanks for the invitation. Honored to present today, and look forward to hearing many excellent presentations in the next 2 days. as Albert said, we've been looking at the impact of the school closures due to COVID-19 for some time. And back in the spring of 2020, we started doing these simulations, assuming what would happen if schools were closed for a few weeks. And if you remember, back in spring of 2020, I think we did expect that it would be a few weeks of closures, and the bank put out simulations suggesting different levels of learning loss depending on how severe the school closures were. And I think what we call the pessimistic assumption was probably pretty close to the actual, as I'll try to show today. So I'll be drawing on several reports and papers to address this issue. Thank you. As was already said, schools are closed for different reasons, have been closed for different reasons, and people have studied the impact of school closures and different kinds of outcomes. There's still research being published on the impact of the 1918 influenza and what it did to generations of people. And of course, there's many studies on what happens because of teacher strikes and conflicts and the long-term impact of the school closures and learning, future earnings, and many other outcomes that are important. And the other thing that occurred to me anyways, that schools are closed for many different reasons, weather related. I remember when working in ECA, and we were trying to monitor the school openings and closings, and we would get data on schools are closed, but not because of COVID. It's like holidays were extended. The cost of fuel went up, so they closed schools or something. So we subject our children to many different kinds of closure. So I'm sure you remember what we went through the last few years. I guess this is post-pandemic we're living in now, but I'm not sure. So these are UNESCO data on the partial and full closures of schools and how widespread it was. It was, suffice to say, a global phenomenon. And the impact of the school closures has been investigated based on learning losses and earnings losses. And on the earnings, of course, we are talking about projections based on how many years of schooling someone might lose, or the impact on learning outcomes. In the early days, learning loss was simulated as well. But now we have data on many countries, so we're able to say something about the impact of the pandemic on learning outcomes. So is this better? You hear me better? Sorry about that. So people will say, well, there was a pandemic, schools were closed, but learning continued, right? There was already a mitigation. But I think early on, we thought beyond a few weeks, it's going to be difficult to do this. There isn't the capacity to quickly shift from in-person learning to online learning, or whatever would work in a particular location. Connectivity issues are huge. Where I live in a neighboring county, the first day of online learning, the systems were hacked within hours and they had to shut down. So these problems were widespread. Interaction is very difficult with the broadcast lessons, of course, so you lose out on that. And the longer the closures continued, the poorer the attendance was. and we're continuing to see attendance issues in many countries. So mitigation wasn't going to be full, no matter what we thought at the beginning. Who thinks there's learning loss? It sounds like most of the major publications were calling attention to the learning losses even quite early in the pandemic, definitely by 2022. Huge loss in future lifetime earnings, scores, whether we'd be able to come up, whether to recover. Some people didn't believe that there would be any learning loss, and any attention to the question that you would get learning loss was somehow criticized as being unuseful in that whole debate. Then other publications were confused themselves about whether it was a big deal, historic proportions, or was it not such an emergency. So a lot of confusion. What's the right answer? In my simple linear thinking, the less time people spend in school, the less learning that will take place. So I see it as quite a linear relationship, and would expect that a year of constrained interaction in school should lead to a reduction in learning outcomes. But why should we expect learning losses? A very simple model might suggest that there are really just two inputs to learning. One is the school itself and the family. And we know from the family perspective that this is a very important source of learning and human capital, but it's not equally distributed. So schooling plays a big role. And what happens with the pandemic is that you essentially take school out of the equation and you're left with just the family. So inefficiency is produced because the schools are not able to contribute to what they're doing in terms of producing learning for people that come from poor backgrounds, and you're left with the family as the major producer of knowledge, and this will lead to inequality. So pretty high expectations for learning losses, and a very uneven distribution of those losses was expected early on in the pandemic. That there would be losses, but they would be disproportionately felt by people from poor backgrounds that lack the home resources, and for students that were probably already struggling before that. Most national studies suggest that there was significant learning losses, up to 0.25 standard deviations. However, you see this pretty close to a year's worth of learning. So we had, on average, globally for countries, a bit less than a year worth of learning losses, of closures, and about a year's worth of losses in terms of learning that took place. And these are national studies that compared robustly before and after for the same or similar students. We had, in work with Emiliana Vegas and Carter Rao, about 40 plus studies, rigorous studies that allowed us to look at learning before and after, and these were our findings. So we have evidence, global evidence of learning loss, significant learning loss, inequality in terms of who lost more, poor students, students that were struggling, etc. And what I'll try to prove to you is that the duration of the school closures mattered a lot in my view. So this is from our database on learning losses for the different countries. They're all national studies. I'll show you international studies in a moment, and you can see quite a wide variation in losses from very high levels in Nepal that closed for a very long time. And many other lower income countries had significant losses, but then it goes the full gamut, right? So very low or insignificant levels of learning losses in some countries, including the country we're in today. There are definitely outliers in all this. Denmark is one of them. There's a few others. I mentioned Denmark because we actually have studies on what they did during the pandemic. So immediately with the closures, Denmark did test, and they detected learning losses that were felt by students from poorer background, and they immediately intervened to send materials to homes to support parents and teachers to address the reading gaps for those poor students. And by the first year of the pandemic, had eliminated any of those learning losses. So immediate policy action that paid off, and a relatively short duration school closure. Sweden, no surprise, they never closed primary schools. Learning losses were measured before and after the pandemic. There are no learning losses in Sweden. So suggests that duration matters, or simply keeping schools open. Two other exceptions, Uzbekistan, I won't say anything about it. There's a paper on this. You'll hear about it later today or tomorrow. The other one is Singapore. The latest Pearls shows increase in learning outcomes. So nothing slows down Singapore. I have no idea how they did it. It'd be great to hear if some of you know, but it seems a country worth studying in terms of being able to not only mitigate the learning loss, but continue to improve learning outcomes. It's simply phenomenal. And most studies that measured the status of the student, family background, whatever, showed that there was a distributional impact. Poorer students hurt more. There are, in fact, in all the studies, students that had no learning losses and some that improved. Very few. They're all from higher income families, but the majority of students lost, and disproportionately lost. The losses were felt by those from poor backgrounds. Taking the data that we compiled with Emiliana and Rohan, this is the whole distribution. It looks kind of clustered. The clustering is Europe. You can do the same analysis. I've done it. For Europe, there is a relationship between duration and learning outcomes. We put it all together. It looks like this. So this is the database that we put together, and I'll talk about a global one in a moment. What we find in our data, that 20 weeks of school closures would lead to about a year's worth of learning loss. So it doesn't take a lot to produce significant learning losses. And this is across countries. As I think it was Albert that said, most of the data early on came from the US and Europe, but we do have several middle income and lower middle income countries as well. What else matters in producing the learning losses? Is it income of the country? Is it the quality of schooling? So the quality before the pandemic, internet penetration. Maybe countries with better connectivity can mitigate the losses. What about private schools? Teachers' unions have been blamed for continuing closures, at least in the United States. I don't know about other places. We can even control for democracy. But what about COVID itself? Does the severity of COVID correlate with learning losses, the stringency of the lockdowns, or the vaccination rates? So I used all of these variables. These are all measured during the pandemic quite well. There's a lot of data being produced on the COVID impacts and distribution on a daily basis, if I remember correctly. And I use these variables also based on other studies that were done about the impact of COVID and what we might expect in terms of learning outcomes. And how many of these variables do you think mattered in the determination of learning losses? A lot of them. In fact, none of them mattered at all we found no statistical significant variables in terms of learning loss. The only thing that mattered was how long schools were closed. So we measured the weeks of closure, and whether I include these variables or not, it makes no difference in the impact. So it's about a 0.01 standard deviation per week of school closures in terms of learning loss. And whether I include the variables or not, whether I include some, 1, 2, 3, whatever, it made no difference at all. But of course, you'll say the learning loss, the school closure, was an exogenous event. Schools didn't decide this. Somebody decided school should be closed, but the duration was a decision. By the summer of 2020, both in the US and in Europe, competent public authorities had issued guidance on safe opening of schools and procedures to take to implement in terms of distancing, what do we call it? Distancing and the use of the protective equipment. So, and by August in Europe, for the next school year, most West European countries reopened. Some did not, but most reopened. Others stayed closed. But that decision was not exogenous, right? So what did we do? I estimated the impact of those same variables on the duration of closure. So what was significant in that simple model? The existence of private schools. The greater the proportion of private schools, the longer the duration of school closures. Cynical explanation might be that the authorities send their kids to private schools. They couldn't care less what happened to the rest. I don't know. Higher quality education systems had a longer duration. Maybe they thought the system was resilient enough to withstand a few more weeks or months of closures. Stringency of lockdown. So not just the school closures, but how strong the lockdown regulations were. It tended to increase the duration. That one makes sense to me. And what decreases duration? Income of the country and the vaccination rate. Vaccination rate makes a lot of sense to me. So I thought I can understand why stringency of lockdown and vaccination rates would affect the duration. So made me think perhaps these are good instruments for analyzing the impact of duration of closures on learning losses. So vaccination rates at the time of the pandemic and the stringency of lockdown as measured by, I think it was Oxford that measured this index. And when I instrument, I get the exact same coefficient that I had in the OLS models. The instruments seem to work. I think they make sense theoretically that vaccination rates should determine the relative safety of opening schools, and there's not much that school authorities can do if lockdowns are stringent. So I get the same impact, which leads me to conclude that it is a causal impact, that the duration of closures produce the learning losses. It's not COVID, it's not the death rates, it's not the disease, it is the extent of school closures. And every week closed, about a point loss. So again, 20 weeks of school closures is equal to about a year's worth of learning loss. To try to confirm this analysis, until now I've been talking about national studies. They're perfectly robust. They're good estimates of those particular countries, students, and tests. But we do have PEARLS that was published recently, and we had overtime data for 55 countries representing more than 16 million children. And we use this to look at reading scores. Remember, PEARLS is grade 4. students. So probably an age of students where online education probably doesn't work as well. Perhaps it works better at older ages or university students. So we look at reading scores. We model the impact, the evolution of scores by predicting the deviation of studies in order to get the likely impact of the pandemic. So we're using all the TIM studies, all the rounds, Pearl studies. We're using all the rounds of the Pearl studies, and our measure of learning loss is the predicted deviation that we get in the scores. And we think that this is valid. What do we find? We find that on average, learning losses were more than a year of schooling. So it is consistent with the 40 plus national studies that we investigated and I reported before. And we do find that there's evidence that the longer schools were closed, the greater were the losses. So it tends to confirm the data I showed you where I instrumented. And we find strong evidence that lower achieving students are more likely to experience larger losses. We think this study is instructive because PEARLS is a consistent test, same age, same conditions in every country, with a lot of covariates, which allowed us to do this analysis of the trend and deviation from expected scores and losses. We also were able to more precisely estimate the impact of both duration and the unequal distribution of the losses. So here's three lines representing the proportion of closures, 10 weeks, 25, 50 weeks of closures, and then the distribution on the bottom of the students. So from lower to higher performing. So if you only closed for a few weeks, higher achieving students had very low levels of losses compared to closing for a much longer period of time, but still the distribution is quite unequal. So longer you're closed, greater the losses. The poorer you were, the greater the losses. So it seems to confirm the national studies and the meta-analyses that have been conducted so far. So the implications of all this, that definitely school closures, not COVID, not the disease itself, but the school closures had a negative effect on student achievement measured here by tests, national tests, PEARLS. We'll do the exact same analysis in a few months using the brand new PISA analysis, which comes measured precisely, I guess, at the end of the school closure period. So we'll do more work on that. The other implications is that schooling matters. I remember having conversations with people, or even reading what people wrote, and the expectation that we'll see learning losses in high-income countries if the closures remain for a long time, but we probably won't see learning losses in low-achieving countries, right? They're not learning anything in school anyways, so why would it matter? It matters a lot. We saw severe losses in low and lower middle-income countries, and schooling matters especially for the poor. There was really no protection for the poor the longer the school closures remain. And the other lesson is that policy matters. I think the interventions that Denmark did, probably other countries that we'll hear about, help mitigate much of those losses. There were many experiments to look at tutoring, online tutoring, even SMS messages, but too small to make a difference in the learning loss in the countries. But of course, we've learned a lot of lessons for what we can implement for recovery and acceleration going forward. And taking action beyond just online education or distance education seems to matter a lot, which is definitely the lesson I got from the case of Denmark. France did the same thing. France measured learning losses throughout the pandemic, sent reports to parents with guidance on what they can offer, what the parents can offer the students that were struggling. And in fact, France pretty much eliminated the learning losses before the end of the pandemic, according to national studies. Economic implications, time and money spent on education definitely builds human capital. I think that's one of the, if I could say, positive lessons from the pandemic, is that the school closures proved to us that even in low-income environments, education is important for building human capital. If we assume that education has an impact on future economic well-being through productivity, and that perhaps a year of schooling is about a 10% earnings gain, then losing a year of schooling should be a 10% earnings penalty. And we have, there are many estimates. We've done them at the World Bank. The OECD has done them. Others have measured the impact of the learning losses on future earnings, and the numbers are huge. The latest World Bank study, I think, was suggesting $17 trillion in losses in terms of future earnings. In our study, we estimated lifetime losses in terms of GDP of 18%, which comes out to about a 0.8% annual losses GDP. These are huge numbers. Hopefully, some of it has been mitigated with the school reopening, the recovery programs, but most of the reports that I've seen are suggesting, in best case scenario, it will take about a decade to get back to where we were. Of course, there's other costs of school closures that others are better placed to discuss. On the health side, the loss of education will reduce life expectancy. Mental health issues continue to be reported. Childcare issues during the school closures and the impact this had and continues to have on women's performance in the labor market. We still have evidence of other crises and what this has done to labor force participation. So what responses we expect? Albert already mentioned the main ones: teach at the right level, online tutoring. The pandemic helped prove that tutoring is an important tool, and that we can bring the cost down tremendously by using it online. It seems to be just as effective. We're also learning something about the importance of spending on education. At the height of the pandemic, 2/3 of countries where the World Bank works reduced spending on education. These are the same countries that may have put in place other programs, fiscal stimulus and whatnot, but most countries reduced spending on education. Our latest Education Finance Watch suggests we're still seeing reductions in school spending, except in low-income countries. Low-income countries have managed to increase spending. At the same time, aid to education has fallen. It peaked during the pandemic. It's fallen again. So spending is not at the level that we need to see to recover. And remember, recovery means going back to pre-pandemic levels. The average student in a developing country, learning poverty rate is 53%, something like that. So and that's increased. So we're not even spending the level that we need to get back to where we were, which wasn't acceptable to begin with. And of course, the whole conference will talk about preparing for future shocks and resiliency. I'm curious to find out which countries were resilient. I didn't see a lot of this during the pandemic. The other takeaway for me is we need to measure learning outcomes. We in the national studies, we had 40, 42, 43 countries. There's 200 in the 200 members of the UN. So most countries are not measuring or not reporting anything on learning outcomes. So operating in the dark, I would say. So very little reporting on learning outcomes. I don't know how you recover learning losses if you don't know where you are. So I would renew any calls to improve measurement and the use of measurement in order to design programs that can be used to mitigate some of the learning losses. And with that, thank you.
Thanks very much, Harry. So we have about 10 minutes for Q&A. So audience here can just raise their hands, and the ones in Zoom, just write your Q&A, and then I'll read them out as they come. So Beth, please. There's a mic behind you. There's a mic behind you.
Thank you, Harry. Very enlightening. My question is that you were focusing on students, but we know that the pandemic, one of the risks was actually that we would lose students. So did you, in any way, with any of those numbers, actually thinking about the universe of children rather than just students?
Do you mean like dropout?
Dropouts, or those who could have entered during the pandemic but didn't enter school during the pandemic. So that's more about kind of simulating the larger losses, I would say.
Yeah, I didn't. Great question. I didn't do that. I only looked at the learning losses. The only thing we did was to take account in the pearls, because we have the covariates, so that we're seeing a similar sample. But others have measured the impact on dropout, enrollment, re-enrollment, and such. The impacts are great there as well. So there's definitely an impact. We're continuing to see attendance levels are not at the level of pre-pandemic yet, especially at higher levels.
Okay, Dina, please.
Thank you very much. Very interesting presentation. Highly enjoyed. So I really like how you said that those who like less fortunate families maybe suffered more because the family impact. But how about in the same family, let's say there are boys and girls, like how children could be affected by gender or maybe by age or something else in the same family? Thank you.
Yeah, great question. We don't have that data on the household level. The only thing we could do is control for the characteristics that are. So I don't have siblings, for example. I do have ethnicity. I have gender, family income. So we definitely see an impact by family income. The studies that looked at ethnicity also found inequality, but we don't see a difference boys and girls.
Okay, Nias, and then Lee, and then Manny. Do you have a mic near you? No, you have to use a mic.
Is it better? Okay. So the relationship between learning loss and weeks school being closed, and you pointed out that capacity didn't matter, and I presume you were referring to state capacity. So that was one of the variables on your list. So right. So quality. Okay, so I want to bring this up because a couple of examples, for example, France, Denmark, Singapore, these are all countries, not just with high fiscal capacity, these are also countries with high administrative capacity to deliver school on-site, off-site. So therefore, when you talk about school closure, you're not commenting on what was being put in place by the school as plan B. So I want to bring up the country where I'm based, Malaysia. It's a high spending country, but with limited state capacity when it comes to delivery. So therefore, even though the state was very agile, launched an online program, it didn't work. So quite a contrast to neighboring Singapore. So therefore, this brings up this question that will, when you say that length of closure, but it is not just about choosing how long to keep the school closed, but it's also about having a business plan for keeping kids busy while they're at home and making it effective. So where does it enter your analysis?
Yeah.
And I was just wondering, therefore, would you have interacted the length of closure with the state's capacity to run schools, raise money for spending, and so on? Because I can give you counterexamples like Bangladesh, where it is the lowest spender on education within South Asia, and also kept schools closed without any reasonable plan in place for homeschooling. Thank you.
Yeah, great question. I'm trying to remember why we didn't use some of the governance variables in the analysis, because that is pretty much what you're talking about. I would worry, thinking again about this, I would worry about the whether there's collinearity with the quality of schooling and with the duration, because the countries that you mentioned that are high capacity also tended to close schools for a shorter period of time, and the schools that we would presume had lower capacity also had a longer duration. So kind of they compounded the problem, as you said. So no plan, and they kept schools closed for a long time. I think you'll hear a bit of a counterexample in the case of Uzbekistan, which gets at what you can do. But that's a good question. I will have to think about why we didn't include the governance indicators here, because there are measures of, I guess, what would be state capacity, but I'll keep it in mind for the next study. Thank you for that.
Thanks very much for the great presentation. I was just thinking about this. Increasingly, we're seeing evidence that non-cognitive skills, character skills, communication skills matter at least as much as cognitive skills for labor market outcomes, for life outcomes. I'm just curious whether you've come across any studies looking at those character skills. I mean, I know they're notoriously difficult to measure, and you know the best measurements are kind of oblique measurements rather than asking people directly. But yeah, curious to see what you've seen.
Yeah, thanks, Lee. I do get this question, and I didn't have access to it. Most of the studies did not measure this, so it wasn't in my initial database. And there's probably indirect measures in Pearls, probably better ones in PISA, I think, that will allow us to take this up. So in December, we'll be able to do this, plus take some of those, and hopefully something on the governance. So I'm hopeful that we'll be able to at least partially answer those things. But I think on the non-cognitive, we'd need purposeful studies on this to measure that well. I would be surprised if the results aren't just as bad. But I don't recall too many studies, but I think they exist. Thank you for asking.
Annie, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks again, Harry. I'm really glad the bank took this opportunity to just keep our feet to the fire on this issue. I had was wondering if you could reflect a little bit on your finding that poor kids suffered more and why that is. Because as you pointed out, some people might say many of them weren't learning anything anyway. So what was the marginal impact? Should have been less? Was it because that in fact some of these poor kids were in pretty effective schools, or is it because their family inputs didn't kick in to the same extent?
well, I can't measure the family inputs, but I think there were initially the view was that we wouldn't see losses in low-income countries because they weren't learning anything, right? So the school supposedly wasn't adding any value, but apparently they were, and they were adding value for those poor students. Home resources. I think the best evidence that we have on this is Western Cape, South Africa, where we have the tests over time, and we have the types of schools. So South Africa is a very interesting schooling system. You have high-end public schools, high-end private schools, independent schools at all ranges, and no-fee public schools, where most low-income families attend. So the losses in South Africa were all at the bottom. Low-performing public schools lost a lot. There were learning gains in high-end private schools, no learning losses, high-end public schools, and a lot of shifting in the independent school sector, which affects well, it's proportional to family income. So that would be the closest thing I've seen where you could actually kind of tease out how schools and families react. And given that the no-fee public schools would be where students with families very low human capital are, we didn't see much recovery. We don't see a lot of difference in outcomes. We see it more in the independent schools where you'd have both some higher income families and some lower income families. But that's the closest I've seen where we could tease out some of these things on the impact of the family.
So we have one final question online because we're running out of time. It's from Professor Jerry Berman from University of Pennsylvania. He asked, do the estimates you have summarized include preschool losses, which arguably might be larger per year than school losses given the importance of the early years in child development?
I would refer to Jerry Behrman's study on the impact of COVID on ECD. My data is all primary, secondary school, pearls, and then in a few months, PISA, again, high school. I don't have access to the ECD data, but I've read Jerry's paper, and I would agree that the losses are significant and large in the early years. And I agree it's an area where we have lost a lot, but also it would be the area to target for the recovery.
Right. Thanks a lot, Harry. So please join me in thanking Harry for the wonderful speech.
Welcome back. So let's start the first session. And I want to be sort of prompt because we have two very interesting papers. One is, the first paper is by Michael Abrigo, who is a senior research fellow at the Philippine Institute for Development Studies. Michael is an economist, and PIDS, where he works, is a government-owned and controlled corporation of the Philippine government, which was established in 1977 to conduct research to help government planners. And I mentioned PIDS because to try to describe it, because so it can be better known. And the discussant of Mike's paper is Takiko Igarashi of the ADBI Institute. And then after that, we have a second paper, which, so Mike is going to talk about typhoons in the Philippines. And then the second paper is by Lolita Morenar. Is there an R? No, Morena. Lolita Morena, who is a PhD student at the Australian National University. And her paper is about the Merapi eruption in Indonesia back in 2010. And her paper will be discussed by Sundar Punusamy, who is a research fellow at Monash University. So I wanted to show this graph just because we've been talking about COVID-19, and I think natural phenomena, natural disasters are very important sources of disruptions in schooling and learning. So I'm sure that the very low levels in 1900 shown in this graph is because of reporting, shortcomings in reporting. But we are told by people who really tell us about the impact of climate change in the future, as worse typhoons, worse floods, more fires, et cetera. So I think we should be, in fact, aware that there's this database. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's out of Brussels, which has been counting natural disasters over time, and we see here an increase in the frequency, and the drop in 2023 is because 2023 it's not yet complete. Typhoons and floods are different from volcanic eruptions, which is what Loretta will be talking about. But we have also some information from other studies in the past, like the one on Pakistan for the earthquake, the tsunami. These are natural disasters that may not be directly related to climate change, but very impactful on people anyway, and certainly on schooling. So may I ask Mike to come forward? I think 22 minutes.
Okay. Thank you so much for having us. This is a joint work with my excellent colleague and beautiful wife, Chris Francisco. Yeah. So these presentations in this conference is very relevant for the Philippines. The Philippine government organized a second educational commission that's supposed to review what we have done in the past 30 years since the last education commission, and provide interventions to correct or maybe to allay some of the losses that we had in the past years. So I'll be talking about disasters, typhoons in the Philippines, and how it affects school closures and education outcomes in the Philippines. The Philippines tops the 2023 World Risk Index. Previously, we were third from the top. Now we're number 1. We have a very high exposure, high vulnerability, susceptibility. We also have very high lack of coping abilities and high lack of adaptive capacities. And well, on exposure, vulnerability, and susceptibility, the Philippines, if you don't know, sits in the Pacific Ring of Fire, the Pacific Typhoon Belt. So we get the typhoons, we get the volcanoes. About 20 typhoons enter the Philippines every year, about 8, 9 crosses the Philippine Islands. We have about 24 active volcanoes. The last volcanic eruption was in 2020, just before the COVID-19 pandemic. So you could imagine all the disasters that's happening in the Philippines. Average annual damage is about 1.2 billion, about 3% of our GDP. So, but with all these experiences, you would expect that we would have a good capacity, since we've been having this every year since before. But unfortunately, based on recent studies, we still have rooms to improve in terms of our DRMM, and we still have these massive costs related to disasters. In terms of schooling, we do have policies in place just in case there are disasters like this. So for example, we have these automatic class suspensions in basic education. In areas with tropical cyclone warning, we have 1 to 4 to 5, up to 14 days, 15 days. Previously, this depends on typhoon signal. If it's signal number 1, then up to kinder. If it's signal number 2, then it's up to high school. 3, it's up to tertiary level. So The suspension, due to heavy rains, if there's no tropical cyclone, depends on the chief executive. So even if there's no typhoon warning, if it's raining too hard, then a mayor could close down schools. The use of of schools as evacuation centers have been capped at 15 days, based on the most recent department order from our Department of Education. By law, the use of classrooms as shelters is supposed to be a last resort. There's supposed to be evacuation centers in each of the locations in the Philippines, and if the schools will be used for more than 15 days, and local governments need to provide documentation, a plan to the Department of Education and the interior local government on what will be done with these schools. But with all these policies and all these evacuation centers, schools used as shelters, it appears, at least in the case of the Philippines, there have been little or very few studies on how it impacts school outcomes. Most of the studies are on large-scale disasters. A few studies that I found was that there's a negative correlation between school closures, the length of school closures, and schooling outcomes in the Philippines. But in other locations, mostly these are in developed, rich countries like Japan and the US. Okay, so schools as shelters, we were very fortunate to have, after 6 months of gathering the data, statistics on how many, the frequency, and the length of these durations. So about 5% of schools in the Philippines have been used as shelters during disasters between school years 2018 and 2019. So you get a lot more for elementary schools, because there's a lot more elementary schools in the Philippines. In terms of days used, junior secondary and senior secondary schools are used for longer periods compared to elementary schools. Okay, I'm missing. Okay, there's another slide after this, but I'll just tell you the story. The question is, which schools are used more frequently as shelters? And it turns out, when we compare the data, if we look at the class sizes, the size of the school, the students, these statistics are about the same for those who are used as shelters and not used as shelters, except that those who are used as shelters are more likely to be affected by a typhoon, by a cyclone. So there's a typhoon warning in those areas. But then, if you compare school closures between schools who have never been used for that year and those who have been ever used as shelters in 2018, those who were used as school shelters actually have longer school closure days. That's more than double in elementary schools and about double for secondary schools. Okay, now the question: what is the impact of school closures induced by using schools as shelters on student learning outcomes? To be able to do this, we use an instrumental variable model. We instrument school days suspended by the number of days that the school has been used as shelters, controlling for typhoon school days, school characteristics, and such, so that we'll be able to identify the effect of school days suspended on test scores. Of course, as you may know, the IV relies on several critical assumptions. One is that the use of schools as shelter induced greater days of school closures, which I have shown earlier. But another important assumption is that the effect of schools as shelters affect assessment scores only through school closures. And somehow, I have another table showing that the characteristics are balanced for those who have been used as shelters and not used as shelters, except that those who have been used as shelters have more typhoon days. So I'm controlling for that. But later I would also show you another falsification test. So for the data, we used administrative data from the Department of Education. We have enrollment data, number of classes, class suspension, number of days that the school has been used as shelters. We control for those characteristics. But we also have data of school level data on student exams. So we have a number of exams throughout different grade levels. So we have the early language literacy and numeracy assessment. This is for this intended to assess key stage 1. That's for grades 1 to grade 3, and the target grade for these tests is for grade 4. We also have end of period exams. These are the national achievement tests. So we have it for grade 6, grade 10, and grade 12. Here I'm using for grade 6, which is supposed to assess outcomes for key stage 2 for grades 4 and grade 6. This is given to high school students, grade 7. And then we also have NCAI. This is the National Career Assessment Examination. This is a general stochastic ability test given to grade 9 students. So we have this for data for 2018. That's for the education data. For the weather data, we are using data from our Weather Bureau, PAGASA, on typhoon warning signals, where they are located, the days, and the level, so that we could control for this in the model. So back to the question, what is the impact of school closures that are induced by schools as shelters? Here I'm showing you the IV estimates for class suspension days. I took the natural log. I'm here also showing you the typhoon school days as additional controls, but also included here are other controls for the school that I've shown earlier. The estimates are quite big. 19 the scores are standardized the national level. So 19 would be 19.4% of standard deviation for that particular grade. We're also controlling here, since we have a mother tongue-based multilingual education in the Philippines, I'm also controlling for language concentration in the Philippines and how it matches the language used in the school. So here we're showing that the estimate, that the impact on English, Filipino, and numeracy for grade 4 students are quite large. This is more than the average presented of this effect sizes in the literature, right? And here you'll also see that for the F statistics, at least, you would see that the IV are very good. The F statistics are very high. Okay? So we have negative impact on English, Filipino, and numeracy for grade 4. But if you go to grade 6, given administered to grade 7, and to those in grade 9, it appears that there's no impact on the test subjects that have been used. Although we also see that having more typhoon school days, which is an automatic suspension in the Philippines, to be negatively correlated with our school tests, test scores. So this is for grade 7, and this is for grade 9. Okay, I do have a few more slides not included here. What I did in those slides was to estimate this for different baseline test scores. So I disaggregated the data, the schools, those who were high scorers in the previous round in 2012, and those who were low scorers back in 2012. And what I found in those estimates is that those who were actually, schools who were performing poorer in 2012 actually have worse outcomes, worse effects of class suspension days. Okay, so those were the impacts. The question is, of course, does our estimates provide an estimate of the impact of these class closures, school closures on test scores? So earlier I've shown you that the use of school shelters induces greater days of school closures. Now I need to show you somehow to convince you that the IVs actually, that the effect of these IVs are actually through the class closures. So what we did was to do a falsification test, and the idea is to test the impact on an outcome that's known a priori not to be affected by intervention. So instead of using 2018 tests, we used 2017. This is before the class closure. So we would expect that there should be no effect on these placebo outcomes. No, of course, this is not a direct effect, but this provides us confidence that what we're doing is correct. And the summary is that we found no impact of the 2018 class suspension days induced by schools as shelter days on the 2017 tests conducted in the Philippines. So this is for grade 4, grade 7, and grade 9. Okay, so what could be the potential mechanisms for this schools closure, right? how does it affect outcomes? Of course, there's lost school days, reduced class contact time, but how come, why only among young learners? So one story could be that those who are low skills in the first place are not enrolled in the succeeding years. So there's attrition among low skill students. And then it could be that older students are more mature, they're more resilient. So if you let them alone, they could actually study on their own. But these last lines actually not supported by the estimates that we have, since when we actually disaggregated the impact by the baseline characteristics, the school test scores back in 2012, we still see negative impact on those who were from poor performing schools. And finally, as a summary, we found that schools as shelters induced school closures, and this impacts young learners more. And we also find that typhoon school days negatively affect older learners. I think what these highlights is that there's a need to improve resilience to school disruptions in the Philippines. But then one of the questions that we have in the Philippines is that what kind of interventions could work in a low-tech, high-touch local reality? People have been talking about going digital, but then the story in the Philippines is that about 10-20% of people only have, of students only have access to the internet. So we have a lot more students who are using low-tech, high-touch instructions. And finally, there's been the policies that schools be used as shelter, as last resort. Maybe we could push to have elementary schools as the last of these resorts. Thank you so much.
Hello, thank you very much for nice work, Michael, and also your wife. And yeah, my name is Takiko. I'm working as a consultant in ADBI, and also I just finished my first year in my PhD. So my comments may be a little bit elementary, but I hope this is helpful. So I'm going to talk about some points after I review the Michael's work on the Philippines typhoon-induced school closure and school outcomes in the Philippines. So why this paper is important? So his research objective is to examine the causal effect of the unexpected school closure, especially due to natural disasters, typhoon, on student achievement. So this study is about the Philippines, but there is a high relevance to the many contexts in developing countries. So as Beth mentioned, the increasing frequency and also intensity of natural disasters because of the climate change. And also, as Michael says, like in developing countries, usually lacks capacity to cope with the disaster risk of like among the local government. Also, there are many poor people who are already vulnerable to those risks. So the empirical evidence in education economics says that school attendance matters for the school achievement. That's what Harry mentioned in the morning in the first session. But also in Japan too, like schools are often used as the primary shelters because there are not so many public evacuation centers. In Japan, we have a so-called community centers besides primary schools. So we have an option to go, not just the public schools, but the case of the Philippines and other developing countries, the public school have a good facility in the time of disasters. And when we look at the primary schools, like we don't have a much space other than the classrooms. So in the elementary school in developed countries, we have a gymnasium and then other other facilities, so that can accommodate people. But then if the community gathered in the schools, there's only classroom that they can use. So the disaster causes school closure and then disrupt school attendance. which status could last for a long time. So what the author did. So he focused on the school closure as a treatment. And as Harry also mentioned, the school closures, when the school closure starts, maybe exogenous, but then when to end the school closure may be related to other factors. So he showed the variation in school closure duration, which is related to the school being used as a school shelter or evacuation centers. So the number of days used as a school shelter, schools used as a shelter, used as an instrument of variables. So he also discussed about the key assumption for IV. So the relevance condition should be valid because schools are used shelters and strongly related with the school closures. And also exogenous conditions, the school shelter its use cause the school closure. The outcome is affected only through the school closure. And then he utilized the data, administrative data from the PET school level achievement and also the typhoon information. And the main finding of this study is he found a negative effect of achievement of early graders, but not the later upper graders. And also his updated version of the presentation showed the heterogeneity analysis. So what we understand is the better schools receiving more negative effect. Is it vice versa? So vice versa. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I misunderstood. Yeah, yeah. And while lower baseline schools have suffered in upper grades. So here are some questions after reading his work in the presentations. So about the IV, the exclusion restriction. So which is whether the instrument have a direct influence on the outcomes. So he said the school used as a shelter affect the learning outcomes only through school closures. But often the case of Japan, so sometimes primary schools are used, the teachers are mobilized to attend to those who evacuated in the school. So often school can be operated, school are not closed, but then teachers are used up to do something else other than teaching. So which may suggest some direct effect. And also I was searching for the case of the Philippines when typhoon affected. The school and learning resource were somewhat damaged, and then somewhat learning resources are used during the time of the big typhoons. So used not for the learning purpose, but other purposes for those who evacuated in school. So my question is how school as shelter days are determined. So especially when when the disaster occurs, then affected community member gathered at the school, which may be natural, which is exogenous, like a random event. But then how long a school use shelter can last? It's maybe related to some of the other factors. The potential correlation with some certain school characteristics, maybe the principal characteristic to manage the school resources and so on. And one may wonder, I just wonder why not using more exogenous or random variable such as dummy, because a duration, number of days used by school as a shelter can be correlated with other factors. So, and then also, I just wonder a possible exploration of the other evaluation methods, panel data with fixed effect, a school level, or DID, and so on. And this is my last slide, and then minor points. So I saw the regression outputs a table. So the sample size is around 3,000. But the Philippines has 38,000 elementary schools at least. So what is maybe there's some clarification about universe of the school, and also definition for the typhoon school days. So how it was defined, and then school used as a shelter, school as shelter days that you used as a variables in the estimation. Yeah, and then also I struggle to understand the magnitude of the coefficient. So you use the school level learning outcomes, and which is like around 0.2 standard deviation. So, and then also like you use log form for the school days. So this is just like maybe help us to understand how we can understand the magnitude of the estimated coefficient. And then also interesting point that your presentation showed that the mathematics remain unrelated to the typhoon or like also like a treatment variable, but other subjects like a Filipino, English are related. So like that's a maybe interesting point to explore. And also you mentioned that young learners are only affected, but other like upper graders remain unaffected relatively. Which I did a quick search for the literature related to the disaster, unexpected shock, and the learning outcomes, but which seems consistent with other empirical work, but I couldn't find evidence explaining why is that the case. And then possibly the school level data do not capture those who leave school. So possible attrition may be affecting to this like maybe the result. So this is my end of my discussion presentation. Thank you so much.
For Mike, possibly also for Takiko. Any questions from the floor? Emily?
Thanks so much. This was a really interesting paper. I was just curious about the school leaver possible explanation and whether there's any possibility with administrative data from schools to kind of investigate that more fully, whether through their sort of school level persistence measures or if you have other ways to get at that.
We're trying to actually get those data. We have a learner information system in the Philippines that we can match student level data with their exams and even their school attendance. We can track them across the years, but we've been trying to get that. So hopefully for the second version of this paper, we'd have that. Because some of the questions earlier about how to explain the magnitude of the estimates. So at least, for example, for those who are in grade 4, the estimates was about a loss of about 0.2 standard deviations, and it's in log form. So it's like we lose 0.2 of a standard deviation of test scores. If you move from 1 school day to 3 school days, 3 to 9 school days lost because the schools have been used as shelters. So about half a standard deviation for if you got what 10 days school closures.
Any more questions from the floor for this paper? Albert?
I just also thought it was odd to use log of school days because number one, there's a lot of zeros, right?
Mm-hmm. We added a small number, like 0.3.
Yeah, so. But also it seems more sensible to think about each day leading to a certain amount lost rather than the percentage of days. It's also easier to interpret.
Mm-hmm.
And also, like in general, is it plausible? I mean, what share of total school days are actually lost to school closure days in schools that had school closure days? I don't know. I just feel like it would be more straightforward to just use school days.
Okay, we'll try that. But the data on school days, school closure days are actually very skewed. So that's why we used a lot.
Yes. Are you Sundar? Yes, Sundar. Is there a phone, microphone close to you?
So just a small question. For example, in India, if schools are closed for a particular amount of time, so there'll be like replacement classes going on to cover that up. So I wonder if this is the same case over there.
These are school calendar days, so it's during the school season. It's not during the summer days.
Go ahead.
Yeah, my name is Cường from Vietnam. So thank you for very interesting. I have only two comments. The first one, I agree with Takiko on the you need to spend more time discuss to exhaustiness of the instrumental variable. It's interesting, but you need to spend more time and explain why you think that exhaustiness. For example, you can conduct the balancing test. You can run regression of other exogenous variable on this instrument to see whether the exogenous. The second comment is about the log. You use a log transformation of the number of days, but I think there can be the many school with the zero value, so that can cause a problem. So maybe you can try only using only the level. That's the non-log or other transformation. They have the other transformation that can address the zero missing value.
We will try that for the robustness test, the robustness checks. But for the exogeneity, we actually did the regressions that you mentioned. It's in another version of these presentation. And actually, what we found that the coefficients are balanced for those who were made as shelters, not used as shelters, except for one variable, which is the length of days that these schools have been affected by tropical cyclones. That's one part. And another part is we did a falsification test. So here we're testing the impact of school closures on 2018 outcomes, because the school closures happened in 2018. We tested it on 2017 school scores, test scores, and we found no impact. So that somehow provides us confidence that what we're doing is okay.
Hey, Mike, I have one question, which is that the propensity of typhoons, especially bad ones, it's not the same across regions and certainly not across schools. So I'm wondering whether you took care of, let's say, the state dependence of their schools that are probably used again and again as typhoon shelters. So can you identify those schools?
We actually have that data. We're waiting for more data so we can do that kind of analysis. Right now, what we have is our test scores up to 2018. And school closure days from 2018 forward. So we only have 2018 as a same year with both tests, but we can do that.
And you don't know whether schools from past data have been used before, again and again?
We don't have it for past data, but we can do it for 2018 to more recent years.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay, thank you very much, Mike. May I call now on Loretta? Thank you, and you have 22 minutes, Loretta.
I would like to firstly express my gratitude to ADBI for the opportunity to present our research today. And also my amazing co-author, Vicky, who is still doing his master coursework. I'm going to present our paper. It's about disruption to schooling using evidence from volcano eruptions in the Java Island in Indonesia. So in the proposal, we only proposed for one volcano, but in our study period, there were two volcanoes erupted. So in here, I'm adding another volcano in the analysis. So the main motivation for this paper is because we see policies to mitigate the impact of volcano eruption is very important for Indonesia. In particular, because Java Island is the most populated island in Indonesia, and it is located along the Pacific Ring of Fire. And we have seen several catastrophic eruptions in Java Island for the last several decades. And people might think that volcano eruptions are often short-term and households can temporarily evacuate and return later. However, it may have persistent damage since infrastructure reconstruction needs time and households experience income shocks that may have adverse impact on children's education. So several studies have investigated the impact and channel of natural disasters on the educational outcomes for children. BIAS did a systematic review on the studies, and the common form of natural disasters to be studied are floods, droughts, storms, earthquakes, or crop loss. And most of the empirical evidence on the impact of natural disaster are either coming from developed countries or not many doing a volcano eruption. In Indonesia, we have a limited research investigating the impact of natural disaster. This is based on our knowledge. First is, okay, I'll just use the most. The impact of earthquakes and floods in several provinces using DID with the same data set IFLS and found a decrease in test scores. CAS did a study on Aceh tsunami with two-way fixed effect, and they found a lower educational attainment, especially for girls. Rush did a natural disaster index, an aggregated index using a two-way fixed effect, and found a decrease in school enrollment. So these are the volcanoes that we're using in our study. This one is called Mount Galunggung. This one is Mount Merapi, Mount Kelut, and Mount Raung. So our treatment volcanoes are Mount Merapi, which erupted in 2010, and then Mount Kelut that erupted in 2014. And we're using Mount Galunggung and Mount Raung as our control. All of these volcanoes have erupted in a classification by the Smithsonian Institute of Catastrophic, so at 4 level. But during the period of our study between 2010 and 2014, only Mount Merapi and Mount Kelut were erupted. So Mount Merapi itself erupted in late October 2010, and it ended in a month, around the end of November. And throughout the entire eruption, there was volcanic ash and heat clouds that had around 300 deaths during that time. And the schools as far as 120 kilometers from the peak of the mountain were closed for the entire duration of the eruption. While Mount Kelut is located in East Java, the eruption happened for a week, and the burst of the volcanic ash was much more intense, over 500 kilometers from the peak, but it reached northwest and south part of the mountain. But the casualties are quite low compared to Merapi eruption. So our research question what the short and long-term impacts of the volcano eruption on children's school continuation, and whether volcanic eruption forced children transition earlier to the labor market, and are there any heterogeneity in the disruption? And also, lastly, we did a mechanism analysis of the Mount Merapi and Mount Kelut that might be helpful for policy formulation. The main contribution that we're doing is that we're studying volcano eruption because it has a unique disruption in terms of prolonged exposure and far distance And then we also examine possible mechanism and relevance to Indonesia's policy making. So this is our identification strategy. We conduct a 2-period triple difference specification. So we interact. Treat is whether whether individual is living in 120-kilometer radius. So we use 120 kilometers as our range, which is a smaller radius compared to the Mount Kelut. And then a post, which is a dummy of 1 for the N-line survey. And then distance, we add distance in our identification because we are worried about the heterogeneity of the far distance of the volcanic eruption. We also add latitude, longitude, because in the case, particularly in Kelut, we see that the ash happened in the north and south and east, not in the west. Our covariates include children's characteristics, their gender, age, urban household, whether living in urban, household size, gender of the household head, parents' characteristics, the area level characteristics, which are whether they have factory near the sub-district, electricity supplied, and growth of the manufacturing industry. So, okay. So the why here is school enrollment. And you see later in our sample construction that it's mainly on school continuation. We're using Indonesia Family Life Survey. It's a longitudinal data, and we are only using 2 periods of 2007 and 2014 to track the information of children. We also use a geodistance data scraped from Google Map to get the distance to the center of the sub-district. So this is what we have right now, because the IFLS identification is only at the sub-district level. So we then match the geodistance with the IFLS. We also did another additional data from Potensi Desa. It's a biannual survey. We use several infrastructures, schools, teachers, industries, variable to construct whether the mechanism, which mechanism works. And then the industrial manufacturing statistic for the growth of manufacturing, but match at district level because the statistic is representative at the district level. So we start at a sample who are school age children on baseline at 6, and then in N line at 19. And then because the N line is 19 years old, then we draw that together to the baseline. That means our baseline would be 6-year-old until 12. So these children are the school age children. And they must be enrolled right before the eruption. So in Indonesia, we have July starting the curriculum. So we use the 2010-2011. Our students are enrolled for Merapi estimation sample, and 2013-2014 for the Kelut estimation sample, and we exclude schools like from disability and adult education. And they must live within a maximum of 120 kilometers. Some were treated differently, but I'll discuss that later. And then it must be a panel observation. So they need to be in baseline and also in N-line data. So this is our sample. We have 9,500, 6 to 19-year-old in Java Island only. And we take that 9,530 who live within 120-kilometer radius and enrolled during eruption. And we have the Merapi sample, 3,600. That's include the Galunggung, Raung, and also Merapi. So Merapi has treatment and control for 2 volcanoes, and Kelut for treatment, Kelut, and then control Galunggung and Raung. We also have 3,000. And it also need to be balanced. So in total, we have 2,600 and 1,800 for each estimation. So this is the summary of statistic. We see that equal gender live equally in urban and rural. mainly household head are males. And for fathers, their work are more likely self-employed. For mothers, not employed or unpaid worker. Okay, so this is our first main estimation. We did Mount Merapi separately, Mount Kulit separately, and then stacked them together. I'll discuss later why we stacked them together, but if you see here, Merapi has a negative impact, meaning that this represent 20 percentage point per 100 kilometer likelihood to not continue school. For Mount Kulut is positive, but I'll explain in later slide why that is the case. And if we stack them together, we still have a negative impact of the eruption. So we did a sensitivity test of various radius. Before, in our main estimation, we use within 120 kilometers radius, and we reduce the radius to 100, 80, and 60. And we see all significant effect and growing larger with smaller radius. While for Kulut, before within 120, it's positive, but then if we reduce the radius, it becomes negative, but not significant. And we see here that Merapi's disruptions is indeed largely larger and under closer distance. Now the next part, we want to know whether, so the volcano eruption are already exogenous, but we might still be worried about the selection between the treatment volcanoes and the control volcanoes, mainly because the control volcanoes has not erupted in at least 2 decades. So we did an annual event study using an annual variable information in IFLS 2014 with several available covariates, which are children's age, parents' age, and employment type. But we don't have other similar covariate. And so we add a province time fixed effect. We tried to do a district time fixed effect, but the number is similar to the level of our treatment, which is sub-district. So we're using province time fixed effect. And here we could see that the parallel trend assumption holds, means that there's no selection bias of the treatment and control. And the coefficient of interest grows larger after the eruptions. The 0 period is significant, mainly just because the timing of the eruption with the eruption itself is different between these 2 samples. The results are robust. When we plot annual average, we did other matching method. We did sensitivity for different covariates and individual fixed effect inclusion. We have alternative covariates replacing household size and electricity access to test whether it's robust. And we might be worried because Mount Kulut erupted 500 kilometers, which also include Merapi. So we include Merapi in the treatment, and we see there's no significant differences. So in terms of heterogeneity, we examine whether there are differences in gender, urban or rural, and then birth order. And we only see a significant disproportionate impact between girls and boys. We also test for other outcome variables, which are temporary absent from school, whether they're working during school, and whether they're working and dropouts in 2014 and the past 12 months, and not working but dropouts for the past 12 months. And we see that the children are actually working during school, or they are working and dropouts during the past 12 months. So we add another mechanism analysis. We use variables that is not directly related with school resources. We use variable access to financial institutions in the village in the control variable, and see whether that would the addition of that control variable would change the treatment effect. First, we use access to financial institution and presence of a factory in the village, and we see that the treatment effect grows larger. So in this area where there are greater financial inclusion, institution access, and factory increases the exposure, the negative effect of the eruption. Share of villages with strong phone signals reduces the treatment effect, and asphalt roads in the sub-district doesn't really change the treatment effect. So we could say here that maybe a larger labor demand area has a negative, it might help in reducing the income shock in the short term, but maybe in the long term, it has a negative effect on children's education. In supply side, we add variables like number of schools, teachers teaching hour per week. And then the third column is total work hours, so not only including teaching, and also pupil to teacher ratio. And we see here a significant greater teaching hours enlarge the negative effect of the eruption. So whenever a teacher have higher workload or higher pupil-teacher ratio would create a larger negative impact. The total number of schools is similar like the main estimation. Okay, so our conclusion is that volcano eruption in Java Island negatively impact children's school continuation, and we see that the impact is greater after a longer time period, and the impact is disproportionate towards girls. And we also see that children transition to school from school to work earlier. And from our mechanism analysis, we know that areas with better access to finance and higher labor demand may have a higher risk of dropouts, and increasing the numbers of teachers and improving their workload can help enhance quality of education, especially in supporting individualized learning during natural disasters. And improving telecommunication work may help to moderate the immediate impact. Thank you.
May I now call on Sundar? Thank you. Sundar, you have 8 minutes.
Thank you. First of all, thanks to Lolita for your wonderful presentation. So I'm Sundar Ponuswamy from Monash University, and I'm going to be the discussant for this paper. Some of these comments are about the draft as well. So I had the privilege of reading a draft, which was very good. So some of the comments are about that as well. So I will talk about that. Proceed further. Yeah, thank you. So first of all, this study focuses on the important question of the effects of natural disasters, in this case earthquakes, on children's schooling status and labor market outcomes as well, that is whether they go to work or not. And the study finds that exposure to earthquakes has been found to be detrimental to schooling enrollment, and that students substitute labor for education. Sorry, volcano. Sorry, yeah, volcano is here. Thank you. So girls are being affected the most, thereby providing evidence of gender disparities as well in responses to disasters. Detailed mechanism analysis done. So first of all, when I read the paper, the paper was really well written. The analysis was detailed, the motivation was clear. So I had to go back and read, who the co-authors affiliation are. So I thought maybe, Lolita's co-author might be some senior at ANU. That's what I thought. But then I found that for just to give a compliment, I think it's for a PhD student, for a master's student, it's a very high level writing. A draft is especially. So first of all, good about that. Anyway, a few questions I have. First of all, you use this 120-kilometer definition as the catchment area of the treated units. It's being so. Do you consider the same for the control unit as well? So the control unit should be the 120 kilometers from that one. So my question was that, can you extend this control units to include the districts that are in Java, but more than 120 kilometers? Because you restrict your control units to Java because the individuals might be similar. So I thought that maybe, those districts that are even further away, they're less likely to be affected by volcanoes. So there might be more suitable control groups. That's what I thought. That was my first one. Second thing is, again, like somewhat similar. No, I don't know much about the institutional context of Indonesia, so you might know this more. So why only 2 other volcanoes? In this case, is it possible to include all the other districts in Java, or is it like some data limitation that that's causing this? So that's another thing. So third one, I noticed that in the list of controls, you're not controlling for weather, so rainfall and temperature, because for example, these things can mitigate some of the impacts. And especially I thought that it might be essential to control for pollution, because these volcanoes, they erupt some these chemicals. And I know that you're controlling for distance from these mountains, but because of this wind direction and wind speed, the level of pollution might be different. So this linearity, like controlling for distance, might not be enough. That's what I thought. And because of this, because not controlling for pollution might lead to some of your controlled districts being treated as well, because pollution has been found to affect education outcomes. So that's one thing. I thought it might be essential, and I think it might work in your favor, because it can, whatever you find might be the conservative estimates. So once you control for it, your estimates might look better. Right. Second, this thing is about the draft, or not about the methodology itself. But when I read your draft, it was not exactly clear for me how to interpret this triple difference coefficient. For example, if you include clearly, for example, how does this distance work? Like you mentioned before that this is like how far an individual's district is from the treated mountain. Because I thought that closer when you go to the mountain, the more the effect should be. So the beta should be more negative. That's what I think. And in your analysis, I think you've shown that if you reduce the size, reduce the distance, the effect drops. Maybe it's I'm not sure what you did, but maybe when you reduce the distance, for example, if you go to 60 kilometers, it might be better if you exclude those individuals that live within 60 to 120 kilometers, because they're treated as well, and that might boost your estimates, give you more clear effects. All right. Next thing, I'm not sure about this. Maybe the audience here might weigh in later. So when you talk about the selection issue, I thought it is less likely to be a selection because, again, this is an exogenous event, and more likely to be anticipation. So that's just a wording here. For example, what can happen is educated parents, thinking about the risk of being in this particular region, they might migrate away from the risky areas. And also, like you mentioned that you exclude all the individuals that have migrated. So that could be case of selective migration here. So maybe, it might be better if you provide some statistics about who are these individuals that are migrating from, and like whether if you include those individuals, what happens to your results. That can help address the selective migration issue. All right. Yes, that's the point I just mentioned. And further questions and analysis, again, it was not clearly written in the draft. So maybe, for the event study, you mentioned that you extend the time period to 8 years, that is 2007 to 14. So is the schooling information available for all these 8 years? That's right. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I think that was my confusion. Then it is good. So next thing is you have individuals of different age categories. And I'm not sure whether you've done this, but if you can perform a heterogeneity by the age group, that is like, which type of schooling, the primary or secondary, these students are enrolled in. Because I would think that students in the younger cohort are less likely to be involved in labor. And maybe you can, maybe these kids may be only temporarily dropping out and they might come back. So that's one thing, you can explore. And last thing, again, there's still, I feel like there's a lot of potential here because this is a panel study. And I think you're including sample only from 2007 and 14. And I think your information on few more years are available as well. I'm not sure, but if there is information available, you can track them over the long run and see what happens to the, I know when adult earnings, for example. And another thing is, I'm not sure about Indonesia, but in India, we have this, so usually girls give dowry to the boys' families. So I'm not sure about Indonesia. So in this case, you mentioned that because of volcanic eruptions, there is income loss in these areas. So parents might get their girls married that can to boost their revenue. For example, that's another interesting area you can explore if that is of interest as well. All right, that's all. Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Any questions from the floor? Yes, Amrit. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for the presentation. Actually, Sundar captured one of my questions. I was interested on the income effect of people when rich people might migrate away, and the only people with the lower socio-economic status might remain. And so, how would you tackle that issue? So I would build on that and would be curious to hear. And these are also I'm curious because we have a presentation tomorrow and we're tackling similar challenges. And then second is you mentioned in the beginning long run effect, long run impact. And so I was curious how you're going to measure the long run impact of these shocks, just in the spirit of learning. So those are two comments. And finally, just again, are there any, in your study, did you find any coping mechanisms, how people would start to learn to cope these effects? For example, would they do some other informal kind of learning, or how do rich and poor people cope on these situations? Thank you.
Excellent comments from Amrit and Sundar. Very good comments on the paper.
Yeah. So I guess the first comment, we use within 120 kilometers for all of the volcano children living in the volcano area, and it's based on the literature on Marapi, which is the area is within 120 kilometers, and we also applied a larger impact for Kalut by including Marapi, because Kalut has in the literature says it's 500 kilometers. So, and we don't see any differences. On the migration, so we see that the observation of children who are in a household that migrates is really small. I think it's under 50 or something like that. So it's quite small. And also in the literature, Indonesia, from Samuel Bezi in Boston University, and he says that there's not much rural-urban migration in Indonesia. Even people who were affected before in Marapi, who were severely affected, they go back to their original village. And you see in the identification, we use a distance ST, which is time invariant. So we see whether they move around different sub-district, if that really happens, and we don't see lots of movement. So that's quite a special setting in Indonesia, I think. Yeah. And then rainfall and temperature, we'll think about that. Although we already include a distance, which is already time variant, but we'll check on that. Thank you, Sundar. So regarding the close distance, it's actually the closer the distance, the larger the negative effect. So just a clarification. And also age cohort, I think that's excellent, because if you see here, Mount Merapi happens in 2010, and our end line is 2014. And you're right that the long term that we're talking here is only 4 years, while in Kalut it's only short term, like at 2014 erupted, and then the end line was December 2014, so only 6 months away. And if you could see from the sample construction, actually Mount Merapi are sample of students who are previously in primary or lower secondary, and while for Kalut, the sample are upper secondary. So we could split that over and see whether there are differences in terms of labor outcomes.
So Loretta, was Sundar able to convince you to try a different definition of your control groups? Because I do think that rather than going to the 2 other volcanoes, which if they hadn't erupted in the wild, and also I don't remember you showing a balance a balance in the characteristics across those populations. But I do think looking into the districts or sub-districts rather that are farther away, so you could justify that by saying that those are more similar to the treatment groups that you have. So I think that's a very good point. A second question I have is, how about children starting school? Because again, Sundar's point about pollution is very important. That's one of the big effects of volcano or volcanic eruptions is on the respiratory health, especially for young children who are quite sensitive to that. So do you see any difference in the starting age of school of children in the treatment areas?
Yeah. So for different control, I think we'll try to think about that. And for children starting school, we don't really use a specific analysis for children who are starting school, but you could consider the Merapi estimation as the ones who are starting primary. I think we also have a constraint of small sample, but yeah, we could do that as well. Yeah.
So very interesting paper. I was just curious what's driving the effects. I mean, when there's an eruption, is it an income shock, a wealth shock? Your properties, are people dying? Are people running? I mean, are schools being closed? And how should we think about the magnitude of these effects compared to, let's say, other disasters? Are volcanoes any different? Or do we have any measurements about what is happening to these populations?
Yeah. Shall I just answer that? So we don't really do a specific econometric analysis of the question that you were asking, but there are a lot of ethnography literature in Merapi, especially on how the displacement were severe on their mental health, income shocks, because mostly they are working in agriculture. So yeah, we don't really do that, but I think that's a good idea to include more in the paper. Yeah.
Thanks so much. It was such an interesting paper. I just had a question. I think that you said that the kids had to have started school before the beginning of the period under observation. Is that right? I was just curious if there's any if there would be a situation where you might be leaving out kids who are kind of from more marginalized areas because of delayed starting to school, if that's something to be concerned about or not.
Yeah, so our sample is 6 to 9 in 2007, because so our identification is on school continuation. So that's why we only use children who are supposed to be at school and enrolled before the eruption. So that's the main reason. Yeah, about marginalized, we haven't really think about that. But if you see, I think we did some try in the Mount Merapi, and you could see that the impact is larger in Merapi sample, which are a lot younger children compared to the Kolut estimation.
Any more questions? Yes, Daniel.
Hi, thanks, Lolita. So I have a couple questions. One is on spillover. So, for example, if the kids in the affected areas were moved, did they move to temporary shelters where temporary schools were built, or were they put in existing schools outside the area, which means then that might affect the education outcomes of the kids, not really affected by the volcano, but affected because more kids come to their schools. So that's an example of a spillover. The second question is, why don't you look at test scores as well, in addition to school continuation?
Sorry?
Because
test
IFLS,
scores.
IFLS have the math test and cognitive tests. Thanks.
Yeah. So the papers that are studying Merapi, so Merapi was a really big literature in non-economic study in Indonesia, and there are lots of articles that saying that children who lives around in Merapi were in temporary shelters coming from other districts. That's correct, and we don't really have an information of which children were displaced in a longer period. So there is indeed a section in IFLS, but when we confirmed back to the survey company that conducted the survey, they were using a really strict criteria of people who answered that section of natural disaster. So in result, the number of sample who answer how long they were affected was very small. So that's why we don't really could study what happened during the natural disaster. Yeah. So that's and then test scores. Yeah, I think that's an interesting outcome to study. We'll think about that. Thank you for the input.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I think very interesting study. So I think one issue that the people comment on those study is that there can be many channels through which the volcano they can affect the school, the education. So, for example, the air pollution and the livelihood, and also direct effect of the school closure. So I think you should conduct the mediation analysis. So there is a causal mediation analysis. You can try to see which are the main channels that the volcano they can affect the education. Is it the air pollution or the income loss or the school closure? That and the second comment is that you show a lot of the estimate, especially the event study. So you show that before the event, so the effect is almost zero. But I think you should also, if the data available, you should conduct the same specification using the data 2 period data before the volcano to do some kind of parallel assumption, the parallel assumption to test, and also using the same specification, you can run regression to estimate effect on other exogenous variable like gender, for example, and the age of children to see whether that event can affect the demographic or the other variable. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, again, this is the same answer as Mas Daniel. Unfortunately, the section that may have information on the mediation effect of the volcano was quite restrictive in answering for the respondents. So we see a really small sample for the mediation, but we'll try to figure out how to work on this. Thank you. And also the event study. So again, IFLS is we have a gap of 7 years, and the annual information is only the one that we could test the school continuation, and so very limited variable. So that's why we can only do the event study for school enrollment. Yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Could I just get clarification on that?
Yeah.
So you're saying there's no annual data, really? You only have the event year data. Is that right?
No.
Is that
So
what you're
we
saying?
have several annual variables, but
Mhm.
it's quite limited. Only the school, whether they're still enrolled in a different curriculum year.
Okay, right.
So it's a retrospective
right.
question.
So an interesting question could be how long, because Merapi erupted in 2010.
Yes.
The whole year and ended in December of 2010,
Mhm.
right? But you have data until 2014.
Yeah.
That's 4 years.
Mhm.
I'm just wondering whether you could see whether how long would it take for some recovery of sorts, when people start to come back to areas, the kids start to come to school. So I think that's a very interesting question. How long before such a disaster, before some kind of recovery is seen? Does it take a year, 2 years, 3 years? I think looking at this, because you have the luxury of having data over time, what would be, if you can look at that question at all?
Yeah. Yeah, there is a section, the one that I mentioned, the natural disaster section. There is indeed several questions, for example, whether they received a loan or not, whether there are changes in their income, how long the disaster affected your schooling. But again, the sample that answer that question is very limited because the survey company applies a very restrictive skip question in the front. So we already sent question to the survey company directly on this, and asking why it is very small. But yeah, we'll try to do that. Thank you.
Again, that was not clear to me. So the direct questions about how long did it take, you have very limited information in that. But if I understand your previous answer to the question about what data are available annually, are there education variables, are education or enrollment variables available annually?
Yeah, it's a different section of, so there are annual education data,
Right.
but there is section on natural disaster impact.
Right. So but the annual schooling data, even though they are not responses to direct questions, could tell you when you start to see children come back to school. You don't really need the other section that is sparsely, populated. You see what I mean?
Yeah, I think our event study partially answer that. Because if you see our graph, the period 0 has a negative impact, and then period 1 it goes back to school. So there are different responses. So we'll try to disentangle that properly and see why does that happen. So yeah.
Thanks. A really very interesting study. I just had a question following up on what drives the result that both a couple of people have asked already. And my question is, do you have data on what happened to the schools that the kids went to themselves to get an idea of the physical dislocation that the eruption caused over time, and whether or not whether that would help you sort of look at whether it's actually the physical effect that the schools were closed, or whether there were these other things that might have affected the dropout rate.
Right. Yeah, I think that's an interesting idea. There's a community module, PODES also, but yeah, we could do that on PODES as well. Yeah, you're right. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. I think I think following your question actually, Elizabeth. So, if volcano effects is coming through pollution health, probably you can look into early exposure of these kids, and so you can see the effects coming through the health impacts. Thank you.
You mean as a mediation analysis? You mean? Yeah. We'll try to look into that. Thank you.
I have a question which is triggered by Albert's comment on the pathways and thinking about Indonesia. I was wondering about correlated shocks, because the very place that you're talking about, I can imagine an earthquake leading to volcanic eruption, and then the volcanic eruption causing forest fire. There are tons of papers on Indonesia on these natural disasters with very different consequences for human capital, right? So therefore, can you clarify what is the really disaster profile of the locations that you're studying? Because if I'm a parent, as Sundar points out, that anticipation, this would have led to selective migration long before, because if I'm in a location which is vulnerable to multiple disasters, and it's kind of a cluster of disasters, right? So earthquake triggering volcanic eruption, and that then can have lingering effect in terms of forest fire. Who is being left behind? These are people desperate with very little option and all that. But again, I think it would be interesting for you to comment on this, because it would also bring up the very question that many are kind of hinting at, which is that tsunami in Sumatra is very sudden. So earthquake, very sudden, there is death. Volcano, I can see that ashes coming out. I can have enough time to relocate and so on. So therefore, I think there's a spectrum of disasters we are talking about in a country like Indonesia, with a legacy, the memory, and the knowledge. So I would already expect a lot of optimization on part of parents. So it would be helpful for us to know what is really the profile of your population, the geographic profile in terms of history of disasters and so on, and in that context situate what you're doing. Thank you.
Thank you for the input. Yeah, so the volcano eruption happened quite sudden. So it was the 2010 and 2014 was like a shock for people at that time. Although there were like small eruptions happening before, but it's within the annual observation that we're doing. And also, I think the unique part of the Merapi and Kelut, especially in Indonesia, even though you're living in volcano within distance, they're still living there. Yeah, so we don't. I think there are also literature that says, in particular in Indonesia, in across regions, there's not much of a rural urban migration. I think there are also anecdotes where people doesn't want to move because it's their land, their ancestor land. So yes, yeah, and also I've mentioned before the sample that migrates between 2007 and 2014 are quite low. So yeah, that actually confirms some of your question.
Thank you very much, Loretta. Thank you very much for Sundar. You want to add one more, but short.
Forgot to add that when I was saying they don't have anticipation effect as well, because they already show that. They show the trend of schooling enrollment before and after, and in just one graph when it goes down, like both treated and control goes down. So they don't have anticipation as well. I forgot to add that.
Thank you. Manny was just correcting me. It's Lolita. Lolita.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'm not. Okay. Thank you everyone for those comments. I think Lolita and also Mike have received a lot of helpful comments and suggestions. So let's give both sets of authors and discussants a big hand. Thank you.
Hi everyone. Oh yeah. Let's make a start again. So in this session, we will have two presentations. The first one is by Yuji Zhang, who is a PhD student in economics at University of Houston. And then the discussion for this paper will be Arup Iqbal, who is an economist at the World Bank. The second presenter is Quong Viet Nguyen, who is the Vice Director at the Mekong Development Research Institute, and the discussant will be Hasib Hassan from Jagannath University. So Yuji will start first, and you have about 25 minutes.
Hello, everyone. My name is Yuji, and I am a PhD student in economics at the University of Houston. So I want to say thanks to ADBI for giving us this opportunity to present this work in progress on natural disasters and educational outcomes in several Asian countries. So this is joint work with Emily Hannum and Jerry Berman at University of Pennsylvania, Minhaj Mahmood at Asian Development Bank, and Fan Wang from University of Houston. And also this paper is a part of a larger project on climate change and child inequality in low and middle income countries. So first, let me motivate this paper. In recent decades, there are more and more natural disasters due to climate change and extreme weather events. Especially Asia is counted for 1/3 of the total disasters and 1/2 of the deaths and 1/3 of associated economics losses. A 2023 report from United Nations says that this region remains the most disaster-prone region in the world, where 2 million people have lost their lives to disasters since 1970. And this is the reason we want to focus on this Asia studies. So now when natural disasters occur, children are potentially heavily exposed. Approximately 1 billion children across the world, many with poor access to the service, are at extremely high risk of experiencing impacts of climate crisis. Especially this exposure is distributed unequally. So for children from socially, economically, or politically marginalized groups, they can be more vulnerable to ill effects when exposed to natural disasters. And the reason are, there are multiple reasons. For example, the exposure to environmental stressors can be highly correlated with their family and household background. And also this climate change tends to interact with all those non-climate stressors, which creates structural inequalities to shape this vulnerability. And again, thinking about educational outcomes, we think there are this direct effect from natural disasters, which means this heavy natural disasters can interrupt learning process, like the work by Michael, like the schools can be just used as shelters or just shut down or damaged when there are natural disasters. And then actually in Pakistan in 2010, 20% of the schools are used as shelter and others are just damaged due to natural disasters. And then also we consider there are other indirect effects from natural disasters on educational outcomes. One potential channel is that early life shock may affect their birth outcomes, and then this can create the vulnerability to lead to the poor educational performance. So now in this paper, we want to address two research questions. The first one is we want to explore heterogeneous effect of natural disasters on children educational outcomes. We ask what are the heterogeneous impacts on school enrollment and cognitive achievements for children along gender, age, and socioeconomic status gradients. And then also we want to consider if children's age, when exposed to the natural disaster, if that matters for the size of the impacts. And then secondly, we want to study the resilience of local school systems in protecting child learning. And we want to explore the roles of school shutdowns and teacher truancies in mediating the natural disaster effects. So in this paper, we focused on 7 Asian countries, Bangladesh, Nepal, Mongolia, Pakistan, and Thailand, and Kyrgyzstan, and Turkmenistan. This is due to the data availability, which I will talk about later. So we want to focus on low and middle income countries, and we use the pre-pandemic data. So to have a brief view of results, overall, we find that there are significant negative effects of early life disaster exposures on enrollment rate and math skills. Secondly, there are weaker or just no corresponding effects from recent disaster exposure on those two outcomes. And third, there are more persistent negative relationships between early life disaster experience and enrollment through schooling ages. And also the school patterning of enrollment and learning effects of natural disasters exposure differ across countries. About the related literature and contribution, I think we're making contribution in several dimensions. The first one is we consider early life exposures as well as recent disaster shocks. So children, there are a large body of literature focusing on the prenatal exposure to and the birth outcomes, and also a large group of literature focusing on the like the negative effect of birth outcomes on educational performance. And then our paper will be one of the fewer studies on like combining those two together. And then also we explore this heterogeneity globally and locally with large sample. So like what Harry presented, there is global learning loss, and I think we're very interested in this cross-country comparison. So that's why we choose multiple country study. And then we also consider multiple disasters rather than one single event. So existing literature studies, like usually they use one disaster in one country, for example, one earthquake in Korea, China, or Chile, and then like maybe one bushfire in Australia to study the effect of natural disasters on educational outcomes, but then we consider multiple disasters. And then also, even though in the literature focusing on multiple disasters, they are not studying educational outcomes. Most of them study like the birth outcomes. So about the data, we use several data sets. The first one is on educational outcomes and school systems. So it's called UNICEF mixed data set. And then actually also like Albert and Harry mentioned, like the data in Asia is not as much as that like we have in the United States. But then actually mixed data set is a really good resource for us to do certain research on child development. So but it's actually we are using the 6th round of this dataset because before the 6th round they don't have module on children in age 5 to 17. So they only have module for individuals in households, and they focus on women and men outcomes, and also they only have like several outcomes for children below age 5. But now in 6th round they release they like combine this module, which helps us to do this research. So they provide enrollment, and they also have this test during this survey. On the interview day, they ask the students to do reading and math tests, so which helps us to measure their cognitive skills. They also ask questions about school closures and teacher truancies, but then today I may not show the result from that. And then they also have parental and household background. So the good news of this data set is that several weeks ago, IPOMS actually harmonized this data set. So for those who are not familiar with this, please, you can check quickly on IPOMS mix to have a sense of this data set. Now, our data on natural disasters is from MDAT. I appreciate a lot that Elizabeth showed that this amazing figure earlier with that natural disaster. We're using the same data set. So this data set is time and geo-coded, and then it's compiled by CRED from multiple sources, including like the governments and the UN agencies. And the one thing to be noticed is that for one disaster to be collected by MDAT is that you have to satisfy at least one of the entry criteria. So the first one is 10 or more people are killed by this disaster, or 100 and more people are affected, or it actually creates the creation of a state of emergency, or the country calls for international assistance. So this data set is really rich, providing information on the impact and also the context of each disaster. Now, actually, oh, sorry. So now in our study, we want to link the disasters we see in MDAT to the children we have in mixed data set. And to do that, we need two dimensions. One is location, the other one is timing. So it's a little bit tricky to match the locations in MDAT and that in mix, because MDAT disaster records the disasters at administrative level 1 or administrative level 2. But then in mixed data set, the location names are different. So we will see in a few seconds that, so to match them, we actually download this data from the boundary data from the humanitarian data. And then by linking them for timing, it's much simpler, because we can use just starting and ending year of months of disasters in MDAT, and then also interview and birth year and months of children in mix. That's how we can follow the life cycle of the children. Okay. So now we're looking at the summary statistics. So what this table presents is the sample size and like the collection window for each country we have in this project. So like I mentioned, we have 7 countries, and as you can see, each country has geo info at different level. For example, for Bangladesh, we know each child, we know what district each child is living in. But then for Mongolia, we only know the region. Like we know this child is living in northwestern Mongolia. We don't even know the province of the Mongolia. And then, so here we can see like the data for Bangladesh is collected in 2019 during 6 months. And then what we have for that share enrolled experience in school closure due to natural disaster is that we calculate the share for each district, and then we calculate the average of that share. And then even within a country, there is large variation in that share of people, of enrolled students experiencing school closure. Actually, one district has 54% of students experiencing school closure, but in other districts, this rate is as low as like 2%. So here we are presenting the child and parental characteristics. So in total, we have the first number for observation, like about 144 children in our whole sample. And then as we can see here, like we have 48% of children being female, and then the father age on average is 6 years older than the mother's age. And then also father are observed with higher education rate than mothers. But then one thing to be noticed is that the information on father is collected much less than mothers. So if we look at the observation number. So here we want to use a figure to show the sample size across countries and ages. What I want to say here is that although we have 7 countries, actually in mixed data set, we have 10 data sets, because so those starting with PK are for Pakistan, and then so PKS, PKP, and PKK are 3 different provinces in Pakistan. And also for Thailand, that THA is capital city for Thailand, and then T17 is actually they select 17 poorer like provinces and to create a separate data set. So we also want to separate them in our analysis. And then we can see actually our sample is highly dominated by children in Bangladesh and Pakistan. And this is why in later results part, we will show the analysis by country groups. It's okay. Thank you. So here we have summary statistics on our key educational outcomes. So the first one is enrollment. We can see 88% of children in our sample have ever enrolled in school or any kind of educational program. But the enrollment rate in last year and last school year and this school year are both slightly lower than the than ever enrolled, which makes sense. And then so the attainment is calculated by years of education, and then it's We actually spend a lot of time to construct this variable because for different countries, the education systems also varies. But then we have this information on education level and grade of each children. So considering this and the education system in certain country, we are able to construct this year of education. And then also one thing I want to mention is that for the math score, the observation number is much lower because it's only done for the children aged in age 7 to 14 in mixed data set. So now we're looking at the summary statistics for enrollment rate by ages. So one thing to notice that before age 11, this enrollment rate is increasing when the children are getting older. But then after that, the enrollment rate is kind of decreasing. Another thing to notice is that Pakistan and I think Bangladesh have a lower enrollment rate than other countries, especially after like age 8. So this shows the distribution of the attainment completed by ages and countries. So it makes sense that when children are older, the years of education they obtain is also higher. So we can see this increasing slope here. But then another thing to notice that still the large variation across countries. So we can see that for Pakistan, the SINT, the PKS, which is the lowest line for that province, like children, the years of education children obtained on average for like children in age 17 is actually just half of the years of education obtained by the children in Mongolia, which is like the gray line, the highest one. So now this one, we want to show the enrollment in last year and also this year jointly to consider the heterogeneous enrollment transition probability by ages. So on the right, on the left-hand side is like the orange bar shows the share of the share of children being enrolled in this year, conditional on being enrolled in last year. So we can see that orange bar is like decreasing after age like 11. So before that, it's 95% children goes to school, but it falls to 88% by age 17. On the right-hand side, so this is the share of enrollment rate in this year, conditional on not being enrolled last year. So this makes sense that if you're not enrolled in last year, then maybe it's harder for you to go back to school. So and we can see that the share of children who go back to school after not enrolled in the last school year before the survey decreases with age, and it falls below 10% after age 11. Now we talked about the enrollment. We move on to the math test score here. So also one thing to be noticed is that for all the children in mixed survey, they use the same math test. So which makes sense when you are older, the math test must be like simpler to you, right? So the score is slightly like higher across ages. But then also it's very shocking that the variation across countries is so large that still the Pakistan Sindh province, the children in this province had very like poor performance on this math score compared to other countries like Thailand and like Mongolia. So what we're showing here is that, remember I mentioned that we link the natural disasters in MDAT with the children in mixed dataset. So we actually construct two natural disaster exposure history file. One is for all the locations in mixed, the other one is for all the children in mixed dataset. So this one is showing the average shares of location month disasters in calendar months over 20 years. We go back to 20 years ago because our oldest children are like 17 years old. We want to capture their life cycle. So we go back to 20 years ago, and then we actually have 4 types of disaster intensities here. The first one, like the blue one, the highest line means we consider all the disasters. And then the type B, which is the orange one, considers only floods. And the C, which is like the yellow, the gray one, we only consider severe disasters, which are those disasters who are like that cause more than 50 people dead or injured, or 5,000 people affected. And the fourth is just combining them together. And so one thing to note is that for all the types during summer, locations are hit most by the disasters. And another thing is that we really want to focus on multiple disaster shocks instead of one category, because if we do so, it may omit large proportion of overall shocks. For example, if we only want to focus on flood, then half of the disasters may not be observed in our analysis. Now here we show the distribution of child natural disaster shocks profile. So we actually have several time span for children's life cycle, and we can see 8% of children in our sample had experienced any disaster in the survey month. And that number increased tremendously to 55% if we extend this period to 1 year prior survey month. And then if we consider the life cycle specific disaster history, then 58% of children experienced natural disasters in their first 1,000 days of life. So, first 1,000 days of life is defined as a period from conception until 24 months old. So now I want to talk about the estimation strategy. We have two. One is for the enrollment rate. So what we see here is that we consider enrollment rate as a decision made by by the parents, and then we consider the disaster shock in the short time and then also in the long run, which is the early life. And then we control for location and survey timing specific fixed effects. For test scores, we actually apply the human capital production function, and then we input all those disaster shocks. So as we can see, the time span here covers one life cycle of one child. And then we estimate that with considering the other sets of fixed effects to analysis to estimate the effect of natural disaster on test scores. So for the results here, what we observe is that so if we look at column 1, 2, 3, column 1 doesn't have a lot of controls, and then column 2 and 3 are just adding controls into the estimation, and we can see there is no like correlation between the recent shock and the enrollment rate, but then there is like strong negative effects of the number of months with disasters in the first 1,000 days of life and your enrollment decision. And it's interesting to notice that female, like being a female, is correlated negatively with your enrollment. So we break down that estimation by ages, and we to do so we interact the age groups with natural disaster shocks. And then so what we can see here is that for the recent disaster shock, that that effect is not as strong as a correlation between the early life shock and the enrollment shock and the enrollment decision. So we will see in a minute that we also break it down by countries, and then the effect differs a lot. So here we break down the effects by countries and also by ages. So interestingly, if we focus on Pakistan, then there's no significant effect, but then that effect stays negatively and stays very strong for Bangladesh children. So it's one interpretation of the positive correlation is that we consider maybe when children are young, when parents are making decisions on going to school or staying at home, school may be actually a safe and resourceful location for the children to stay in. That's why there is positive effects. But then when children are older, this recent shock actually becomes negative. And now remember, the recent shock doesn't seem to be correlated with the enrollment for Pakistan. But then now here, if we consider the early life shock, then even for Pakistan, there is negative effects. So for mass test score, remember we have break down the time span of one child's life cycle into several periods. The first two groups are the recent disaster shock. We consider the most recent year prior to survey months, and also the year before that most recent year. And then also we consider early life, and then all the time between, we define it as mid-child life. And what we can see here is still the recent shock doesn't matter much for the mass test score, but then having a disaster in your early lifetime and also in your mid-child life is negatively strongly correlated with your performance on this mass test score. So here we also break it down by ages. And then actually, there's almost zero correlation here. But then if we look at the country, heterogeneity across countries, then we can see still in Bangladesh, this disaster. So for all those estimations, we also include recent shocks, but because there's the coefficients are zero, so we're not including it here. But then we can see that for Bangladesh, there is also strong negative impact of natural disasters in mid-child life and also in early child life on your mass test score. So here is just the combination of results from two previous slides, but then here we interact this natural disaster shock with country as well as the age. And then so now here still we can see this effect stays really strong for Bangladesh, but it doesn't appear in other countries. Right. But then if we look at the mid-child life, if we look at the early child life, then both for Pakistan and Bangladesh, there is strong like negative coefficients. Negative effects. And then again for Bangladesh, like what I said for the enrollment, we consider maybe children are going to school more when they are younger, hit by natural disasters. So overall, our findings show that there are significant negative effects of early life disaster exposure on enrollment and math scores, especially after we consider the fixed effects. It's still there's no or weaker corresponding effects for recent disaster shocks, but then it stays really strong and negative if we consider the early life shock. And also there's more persistent negative relationship between that and enrollment through the schooling ages. And the age patterning of enrollment and learning effects of natural disasters exposure differs a lot across countries. So for the next steps, we want to explore these heterogeneous effects by gender and SES gradients. We actually did a little bit for the gender, and we observe like for boys, this effect is stronger and more negative than girls, but then we need more time to think how to interpret that. And then also we plan to model organizational factors such as school closure and teacher truancies to explore how they play a role in mediating the effects. And then we actually have some limitations and challenges to facing this study. We do not observe migration status of children or households in mixed data, which is unfortunate. But then, so this may lead some like selection issue if we treat all the children as living in the same location since conception. And then also for MDAT, remember I mentioned the entrance criteria for the disasters to be collected by MDAT. So this may not capture more localized natural disasters. And we hope if we zoom into one country, there are some other data sets we can use to compensate this caveat. And then also, the other thing is when we match the disasters in MDAT and the children in a mixed data set, there are different ways to match. For example, if one disaster happens in Houston and then all the children in mix, if they're living in Texas, then I also match them as these children, these children are affected by that disaster. But this may be, this may also create some measurement error, and then we will try to find a way to disentangle that. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Yuji. Haru, please.
Thanks a lot, Yuji and Daniel. I'm Arub. I'm education economist with European. Can you hear me now? I'm Arub. I'm an education economist with World Bank based in DC. Thanks a lot, Yuji, for the very insightful and interesting presentation. And first of all, I would like to congratulate you and the team for this very important and interesting research work. And I would also like to thank Daniel for very creatively sequencing the presentation so that in the first two presentations, we went through the case study of Philippines and Java, and now we are bringing together a number of disasters in a number of countries and seeing the effects of those disasters on school enrollment and test scores of the affected students. So thanks a lot for this creative sequencing. I really liked how the team has put together a very rich and granular data set, leveraging the multiple indicators cluster survey and the EMDAT data. I haven't developed any slides, and I hope that I would be able to do the presentation justice without that. But I think this is a very important piece of research, and that you would be continuing on from here too. There are some very important findings that I would like to comment upon. So the first finding that I think was very important was that the exposure to a disaster in the first 1,000 days of a child is having substantial adverse effect on both schooling attendance and the cognitive achievement of students in terms of their scores on the numeracy assessment in MITS. And this is also consistent with what we find in other studies. For example, the earthquake in 2005 in Pakistan, when the students were surveyed after 4 years of the earthquake, it was found that the students who were in their critical early 1,000 days of life were the most affected, and there they measured height. And there are other studies too who show that the effect of disasters on height for age for the affected children. And there they are taking the height for age as the indicator for cognitive underdevelopment. And here you are able to get direct data on school enrollment and test scores to establish the finding further. So I found that very important, and also thinking through how we can actually address the issues, and as a disaster unfolds, where the government should be focusing their efforts on to reduce and recover the impacts of those disasters. Then the second point that was also very interesting and important, and is also seen in other studies, is the effect of recent disasters on enrollment or attendance, as we say in MITS more. of primary and lower secondary or higher secondary age students. So the paper shows that the effect is not that much on the primary school students, but still effects can be seen on middle age or higher secondary students. And we saw similar results in a study from Indonesia, where after 1997 economic crisis, there was around 6.8% drop in enrollment in junior secondary students, but only a very slight decline in primary school students. And similarly, in Sierra Leone, after the Ebola outbreak, there was a 16% decline in enrollment of adolescent girls, but not similarly observed for primary students. So I think that was very important to highlight too, that these students uh, who are in junior secondary might be at a much higher risk of dropping out, and so interventions targeted to avoid that those dropouts would be crucial in times of such disasters, as the opportunity cost of continuing in school increases. So overall, I think it's a very interesting and paper that adds a lot of value and establishes the findings that we see in other surveys too in other countries, but it brings data from multiple countries to establish those findings. As the authors and Yuji, as you finalize the paper, and you rightly touched on that. So that was my suggestion, the question that I was thinking about, that here, when developing the child-specific histories of disaster exposure, the paper is assuming that the children were born and have stayed throughout their life in the same disaster location. So if there is some way to empirically test and validate that assumption, I think that would be important to establish as the team goes into analysis of this data, because this is the key assumption you are using to develop the database for this analysis. And then I was wondering about expanding the reason for the selection of these 7 countries, because as I understand, by 2021, MITS had been implemented in around 51 countries, MIT-6. So we have a lot of data from a lot of different countries. So it would be good to share a little more on why these countries were selected, and if there's a potential to expand into into the other countries that are left out right now. And then in terms of the results, we saw that Pakistan and Bangladesh data was more granulated, but for other countries, for example, for Kyrgyz Republic, and I think Turkmenistan too, the data was at regional level. So would be good to share with us how you feel about the results of coming out from those data sets, because it seems that the region might be a very bigger geographical unit to comfortably assume that a disaster happening there would affect all the students in that region. So thanks a lot. These are like my few questions and suggestions. Thank you.
Thanks, Arup. Okay, any questions from Sundar?
Thank you for your nice presentation. Just got a couple of points, please. So first one is, you mentioned that very few percentage of your sample is treated, isn't it? Like if you look at the past 12 months, I think 0.8% of the individuals experienced a disaster, right? Based on your summary statistics. See, one of the problem is because very few individuals are being treated. So initially I thought that the effects you observe might be due to chance. That's what I thought. But it's good that when you focus on individual countries, I think you're finding effects for that as well. So that was good. But one suggestion would be that You can perform a randomization exercise. You can falsely assign treatment to individuals, and you can see where your real treatment is. For example, that's one thing you can try. And second thing is, when you talked about migration, so if you're looking at our short-term impacts, I think migration may not be a big issue because you look at only 1 year, because these households need time to migrate. So that is, I think that's less of a concern there. But if you look at the early life shocks, that is 1,000-day cycle, then migration becomes a major issue. So one thing I thought of is you have multiple children in a household, right? And you have an household identified.
Yes. But actually, we only have one child in age 5 to 17 selected for one household in mix. That's how we cannot use multiple children information. They record all the children. They record the information for all the children below age 5, but for children above age 5, they only select one from one household.
So then that's a problem, because I thought of using household fixed effects, but of course that's not possible now.
Should I answer first?
Yeah, sure.
Yeah. So about the migration, we actually one thing is that like how Lolita answered the question about the migration, I think we definitely need to check the population migration rate in those countries we study. Maybe we will find similar patterns that people do not migrate that much in those countries, and even if they move out, they move back. Then that may be support our findings. Then the other thing about why are those countries selected for this study? Actually, so Mix 6 is still going on in many countries. And so the first thing is we want to focus on the countries in Asia. And then we actually take a look at all the countries available in Mix 6. And then we exclude those countries collected after pandemic period, because we want to focus on the school closure and teacher truancy. But if we use those country, use data from those countries after pandemic, the rate is a lot higher, because people also treat pandemic as natural disaster. So we want to exclude that impact and focus on pre-pandemic period. And then that gives us only 7 countries to focus on. But I agree that this study can be extended to a larger scope, maybe globally. Yeah, and that will be in future papers, I hope.
Yeah, so I missed it. The recent disaster variable is based on which of these 3?
Actually we use this year.
This year, in the past year. So
yes. And
then I was thinking, 55% is actually quite a large percentage of people. So
right.
I'm wondering if there's a way to focus on the more extreme disasters within that 50%, or if there's any way to tell.
Right. That. We actually did the analysis for, so all those tables we see here, we're using, you can see there's a subscription A. So it means the type A disaster intensity, which I showed in earlier figure with 4 lines. So this is considering all the types of disaster. And then we actually did that for only considering more severe disasters, which is our type C, and the results stay the same and even stronger. So I think, so that's why we present the results considering all types.
And the other comment I had, or maybe suggestion, is that the challenge here also is that it's still cross-sectional, essentially. And so ideally, you would like a shock variable that is off of the trend shock. Because there could be an endogeneity where people who live in areas that are more likely to have disasters are people who have poorer learning outcomes, or they're more, of course, you can control for that with some of these control variables, but it will be imperfect. And so I was thinking, since you have the disaster data going back since the year 1900, right? You could control for some past disaster frequency. It would have to be well before the child was born, right? And then that would be like a shock propensity variable,
right?
Calculated over many years, and then you can just control for that. Literally, you can interact that with your age dummies and your country dummies and the interaction of countries. I mean, at least you're controlling for the long. You're dealing with this kind of fundamental endogeneity.
Yeah, That's why we construct the location disaster exposure profile back to 20 years ago. But yeah, we received some comments like maybe 20 years is not that long. We may want to go even further into the history and then construct that location specific disaster. Yeah, thank you for your comments.
Great, thanks, Yuji. So we're moving on to the second presenter. You also have a comment. You're the second presenter, so.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
So I make a comment. So I have the one comment about the MDAS data. So other people, and also you acknowledge the problem of this data. But another issue is that this data defined based on the loss and the death of the people. So that's what, so it can capture the resilience. It's not only capture the disaster, but also capture resilience, because you said that you define based on the intensity of the disaster. So the number of the people death by disaster maybe not only reflects the disaster, but also the resilience. So
I see.
So you, I don't know, maybe you acknowledge, but another source of the disaster you can have, at least for the flood. I see some paper they use satellite data to measure the flood.
Right.
So maybe it's more exhaustive.
Right. Yeah. Earlier we wanted to zoom in on flood and droughts maybe, and then using use like ERA5 precipitation data. But then later we think we want to first tell the story on multiple disaster shocks, and then later we can do that as a robustness check. Thank you.
Thank you. Hi, everyone. So I would like to maybe I. I would like to present our study, impact of the climate change and the air pollution on the children education. The other two co-authors, either Đặng Hải Ánh from the World Bank and Đỗ Minh from the Vietnam National University, and I also from that university and the Mekong Development Research Institute. We know that climate change and air pollution are the two factors that cause a problem for the health and livelihood and also education. And there are quite many studies on this topic, but the magnitude and of the effect is very across country, across a different data set and across the different methods. So that's why in this study we want to focus on Vietnam and provide empirical evidence in this country. My presentation first about this outline, talk about the objective, the data, the method, findings, and some conclusion. We know that the climate change and the temperature events that cause a problem for health, that quite many studies that confirm that high temperature they cause a problem for health, respiratory and cardiovascular disease for the people. For the children, the extreme weather, especially the cold wave and heat wave, they cause a problem for the children. And recent study, they focus the effect of the climate change, especially they focus on the heat exposure on the cognitive skill of the student. And several recent studies, they show the negative effect of the heat exposure on the cognitive skill of students. They decrease the test score of the student in the US, in other countries. For the air pollution, we know that the air pollution they cause a problem for the health. It's well documented in the many study in not only the high income country but also the low and middle income country. And recently, more research they focus on the negative effect of the air pollution on the cognitive performance of student. And for example, this study in the slides, they show that the air pollution, the student living in the high pollution area, they have the lower the test score. So that's why in this study we want to focus of the impact, focus on the impact of these two factors on education of the children in Vietnam. Vietnam is a tropical country, but we have the two regions, the north and the south region, with the two different climates. So in the north, we have the fall season with low temperature in the winter, but the temperature is the lowest temperature in the north. It's around the 10 degrees Celsius. It's not very low, except in the mountain. In the mountain, sometimes it can be close to zero, but normally in the north, in the delta area, the lowest temperature is only the 10 to 15, so not very cold. In the winter, it's quite hot, but it's the maximum is sometimes is 40 degree. Normally it's 30 to 35. South Vietnam, we have the two seasons, one dry season and the rainy season. The South Vietnam is hotter, and the temperature is around 30 degrees Celsius. Regarding the study on the effect of the climate change or in Vietnam, there are several studies that measure the effect of the disaster on education, and they found the negative effect of the disaster on the education, but there is very little evidence on the effect of the temperature event on the education of the children, especially the cognitive skill. Air pollution in Vietnam is have the higher air pollution measured by the PM2.5. It's above the global average, not very high, but it's still higher than the global average. For the air pollution in Vietnam, there are several studies. They focus some big city, and they show that the air pollution they cause a health problem, respiratory disease, and several disease. But they only focus on the big city like Hanoi capital and the big city Ho Chi Minh City in the south, and they focus on the health, on the disease, and they found that the higher air pollution they cause more disease for the people. So our objective is quite simple. It's quite straightforward. We want to measure the effect of the temperature extreme, measured by the low and high temperature effect on the education of the children. We measure the education of children by cognitive tests, the mathematics and literature test score, and also the school enrollment. Then we measure the effect of the air pollution on the education of the children. And we want to examine the heterogeneous effect of the temperature and air pollution across different groups of the children. To answer the question, we use different data sets. The first sources of data set is the education, the data on the education. We measure the test score of the student collected in the two projects in Vietnam. The first project we call the VNEN. The program is funded by the World Bank, and the second project we call the RISE project, is funded by the UK. So the two projects, the data collected by the Mekong Research Institute with the technical assistance from the World Bank and the other expert in the other universities. The data they contain the test score of the math and literature. That's the Vietnamese literature of about the 9,000 primary and the lower secondary, and spending from the grade 2 to grade 7, and spending from the 2013 to 2019. Actually, the data until the 2021, but we don't have the air pollution and the temperature in the 2021. So that's why we don't use that data. The second data set of on the education is a Vietnam Household Living Standards survey. This survey each year the General Statistics Office of Vietnam, they collect the data on the 9,400 households throughout the country. They collect it is a living standard survey, so it collects the detailed information on the income, expenditure. Regarding the education, it collects the information whether the children they attending the school and the number of the completed grade, and also the data on the household spending on the student over the past 12 months before the time of the survey. So this is data from the Vietnam Household Living Standard Survey. We can see that the school enrollment rate, this is for the children from the 6 years old until the 17. Those school enrollment rate is increased significant over time. So in the 2018, the 93% of the children they attending the school. The household also increased their spending on their children. In the 2018, the annual spending of the household on each student, the out-of-pocket spending of the household is nearly $160 per year per student. About the temperature and precipitation data, we use the data from the Vietnam Institute of Meteorology and Climate Change. They collect the data from the weather station in Vietnam. So in Vietnam, there are about 200 stations throughout the country, and they use this data and they extrapolate the data for the district level. So at the district level, we can measure the daily temperature and the daily precipitation, and we estimate at the district level, and we can merge the district level data to the student data, the children data. The air pollution it comes from the satellite data. We obtain the data on monthly data. So we have the monthly data. You can see in the graph is we estimate the graphs they present the average for all the district across the 600 district in Vietnam, 700 district in Vietnam, and the air pollution PM 2.5 is tend to decrease in recent year. This is also a limitation of our data set. Ideally, we should have the daily data on the air pollution because we are maybe very sensitive to some day with very high air pollution, but on average, we don't see the variation. We cannot capture some days with very high air pollution. However, in this study, our research member he cannot he is not able to obtain the daily data. We hope in the next month we can try to obtain the daily data. This is a temperature, the average temperature average during the past 10 years, and the air pollution. We can see that in the north of Vietnam, the temperature is lower because it is an average throughout the year. So we don't see the variation throughout the year. In the north, we have the lower temperature, and in the south, we have the higher temperature. About the air pollution in the north, is a mountain area, and also the temperature is lower, cooler. So that's why we see the air pollution in the north is higher, much higher than in the south. In the south, it's a more flat, it's a delta area, and also hot. The weather is high, so air pollution is lower in the south of Vietnam. So we see that the variation of the temperature and also air pollution is also very depend on the geographical pattern. So that can cause a problem of the endogeneity in estimation. So to estimate the effect of temperature and the air pollution, we use the linear regression. We regress the education outcomes of the children in a district in a month T, and we regress on the temperature and the air pollution level in that month. That we measure the short-term effect on the cognitive measure by the test score that the student takes in that month, and we control for the characteristic of the student and also the annual average temperature, precipitation, humidity, and the average wind speed of that district in that year. We control for the district fixed effect and the month year fixed effect. The temperature, we follow the other study. We classify the temperature in the different bins. That is a number of the temperature in that month with the days, with the temperature from the different bins, and we classify into, maybe you can see here, we can classify the temperature in the temperature you can see in the left panel. That's the number of the temperature bins during the past 12 months. The total is the 365, and the number of the month with the degree from the 27 to 30 is 120. And so the most of the time is the temperature between the 21 degree to 30. The number of the days maybe is endogenous, so we also measure the temperature by the extreme temperature extremes. The temperature extreme we measure by the number of days with the low temperature and the high temperature. And the low, that means the temperature in that day below to the 5 percentile of the temperature in that district over the past 20 years. And the high temperature is above 55%, 55 percentile in the same district and over 20 years. So this definition is quite common, yeah, to measure the temperature extremes. So in the right panel, you can see that the number of the low temperature extreme below the 5 percentile and the number of the days with the high temperature above 95% during the past year, during the past 12 months. So it's a very fluctuation over time. So it's more exogenous. So it's tend to vary around the 15 days, on average, around the 5% of the number of days of the year. So this is a temperature beans by the 6 regions. So I forget to put the label of the region, but the above is a north region. So in the north region, you see that there are more days in the cold, in the lower temperature, and below the panel is a distribution of the number of days for the south. And in the south, there's more day in the high temperature. So actually, the temperature in the south is vary from the 24 to 30. So most of the day, there's very little variation. For the air pollution, there is a problem. Also problem of endogeneity. So in the literature, there are several popular instrument for air pollution. The first one is the thermal or the temperature inversion. So the area with the higher inversion, they will increase the air pollution because air pollution, they cannot go up. So they just around the surface and they cause a higher temperature. So the higher number of inversion, the higher air pollution. The second instrument is wind patterns, mainly the wind direction and the wind speed. In this study, we don't have the data on the temperature inversion, and we have to use the data wind speed as the instrumental variable for air pollution. So wind speed is in the literature is not good like temperature inversion, but in our study we still use wind speed because we think that the wind speed they do not direct affect the cognitive and education, and we also control for the average year of the wind speed. So the wind speed of the month is used as an instrument for the air pollution in that month, and we already control for wind speed over the year, annually. This is a first stage regression in which the dependent variables is a PM 2.5. We see that the monthly wind speed is a negative correlated with the air pollution. The higher wind speed, the lower the air pollution. Temperature also correlated with the air pollution. And hot weather, the higher temperature reduce air pollution. We see that the negative estimates of the temperature. Our instrument is strong. Is strongly correlated with the air pollution. Then we use the instrumental variable to estimate the effect of the air pollution and the temperature. The temperature, we don't have the instrument. We assume that the temperature, especially the temperature extreme, is the exogenous. So we only control for the district fixed effect and the time fixed effect. The air pollution, we see the negative effect of the air pollution on the score of math and the literature. We standardize normalize the score of the math and literature. So it explained by standard deviation. So if the PM 2.5 increased by 1 unit, that is a microgram per cubic meter. That's 1 unit. So the score of math is decreased by in the first column. It decreased by 0.016 standard deviation. About the temperature, we don't see the effect of the temperature on the test score. So although the higher temperature, we see the negative sign of the higher temperature, the number of days with the temperature is above the 30 degree, the size is negative, but not statistical significant. We find that the lower temperature is actually positive correlated with their test score. So the people, the student who take the exam in a month with the extreme low temperature, actually they have the higher test score. Probably because in Vietnam, as I mentioned, the temperature when we say that's a low extreme, but actually it's not very low. It's still above 10 degrees Celsius. So that's why we see that the colder weather actually is a positive correlated with test score. Next, we estimate the effect of the air pollution and the temperature on the school enrollment and the number of complete grade and the log of educational spending of the household on the student during the past 12 months. So in this model, we use a Vietnam Household Living Standard Survey because it measures the school enrollment and the number of completed grades. So we use the temperature and we use the air pollution measured during the past 12 months. We don't use a monthly. In the regression of the test score, we use a monthly. We want to measure the direct effect, but here we because the school enrollment and the number of grades is defined, I think based especially the grade is not only based on one month, but it we should measure the effect for the whole year or even the longer period. For overall, we don't see any significant effect. So then no effect of the air pollution and also temperature range on the school enrollment and education spending of household. We don't see any significant effect. About heterogeneous effect, we run the several heterogeneous regression. We estimate the same model specification for the boy and for the girls and for the primary student and lower secondary student. So overall, we see significant effect of the air pollution on the primary student. Although they are not statistical different from the effect for the lower secondary. We find the effect significant for the boys, but again, it's not statistical different for the effect for the girl. So here finally, some conclusion. So we see the direct and short-term effect of the air pollution on the test score of the primary and the secondary student in Vietnam. But the effect is always short-term. In the long term, we don't see any effect. In the long term, if we run the regression of the test score on the air pollution and temperature during the past 12 months, we don't see significant effect. And the effect on the school enrollment and the number of complete grade is also not significant. So next step, we will conduct a more robust check, and we try to obtain the daily data on the air pollution and obtain the thermal inversion and use it as the instrumental for the air pollution. So hope this can be a better result. So thank you very much.
Hello. Thank you very much. Can you? Okay. So my name is Hasib. I am going to discuss on this paper. So sorry, I don't have any slides. There are a few other comments, like probably I just received the first draft. Probably there are some issues. I think that those will be fixed in the later version. So I am not going to these small things. Probably I will give those comments personally to the co-author. The main interesting thing I'm going to say about this paper is that so whenever we think about any topic regarding policy papers. So we always focus the items, whether we can change the policy or whether we can change the idea so that we can do research, the policymakers will be benefited from our research. But probably we never thought, okay, air pollution, there is nothing to do with me, so let's not research on that. But it's very interesting, and I'll give salute to the authors. They thought, okay, this can be a good topic. The air pollution can be focused for the research, which is very much like interesting things, because probably none of us can do much about from the research point of view for the air pollution. That is the good point of this paper, and I like that thing very much. So nowadays, in the era of climate change and these dramatic changes, and we should focus more on this type of project, so that these topics can we can shed more lights on these topics, right? And the presentation and the research, the analysis was to the point and very much nicely framed and nicely presented in the paper. The main comments I'll have, that is probably the temperature and air pollution. These two may be correlated in, or maybe highly correlated. So using these two variables in the same model may have some other issues, or instability of the model, though you haven't presented the stability of the models. But I will say, why not estimating two different models, rather using the two correlated items in the same model. You can obviously use estimate multiple models to see separate these two things. And the other thing is, what I saw in many other countries, air pollution actually rise with the urbanization and if industrialization. So in the areas where the industrialization goes up, the air pollution obviously goes up, right? And similarly in Vietnam, I guess the same thing will happen. And this urbanization and this industrialization also have give lesser incentive to the children to especially those children who do not perform well in the earlier grades. They probably shift their focus from education to to other type of activities. Probably they are now more focused on the education, skill oriented things. Probably they are not more focused to the literacy or numeracy. Probably they are going towards industrial training, skill, job oriented skills and training. So if it is possible to, so you can use these city, suburban or urban or industrialized, non-industrialized type of fixed effect as well. I know you use district fixed effects. These are already there in the model, but I think I would say industrialized or non-industrialized areas, this type of fixed effects will also, or probably some dummy may also give you some more insights, right? And the other thing you already told that you will use daily air pollution data in the next version. And on the same note, these heat wave and cold wave always comes in a spiral. When it heat wave, probably it's not like that on a fine morning the just heat goes up. It comes in a cycle, probably go up and extreme. It's not coming in a rapidly. It's not like other type of disaster. And also for the cold waves as well. So you already use the number of days things, and also probably the binary indicator for the heat wave period, only binary indicator, not the the number of days might be also a good idea to see the heat wave periods and the other periods. So these are the comments and the minor things I will share with the author personally. Thank you very much.
Great. Thanks, Hasib. Questions from the floor? Okay, Amrit and then Emily. Mike.
Wait. Oh, there's one next. Thanks.
Thank you so much. So thank you so much for the interesting presentation. I also agree with the discussion that temperature and air pollution could be correlated, and I noted that in my comments as well. The second thing, that one big piece that I was thinking was that I couldn't see any discussions on the health and infrastructure aspects of the school. For example, schools could have, particularly for the temperature part, schools could have fans and AC and other things, and that could just not, some schools that have better infrastructure, students would perform better, and schools, and maybe also type of school, whether it's a public school or a private school or other school, probably there would be a merit in controlling for school infrastructure and type of school. And the second was the health aspect. I think if temperature increase, it could also lead to several health related problems. So there could be some mechanisms through that also, and some discussion on that would also be helpful. I was very curious about the instrument that you used. That was actually very clever. But I was wondering that you mentioned that wind speed does not correlate with cognitive aspect. I just wanted to rethink on that. So when there is high winds, would people be able to think? So just a question for everyone. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Thank you, Hasi, and the discussion and your comment. So I think we also see that the temperature they affects air pollution. So in the next round we will. So in the next version we will estimate separate the two model, one model for air pollution and one model for temperature. At least you can capture the total effect of the temperature on the school, and we can also try to include the interaction between two variables. Yeah. And the second question is about the effect on the health and the school. Yeah. In the data we don't have the information on health. So if we want to look at the health, probably we have to use another data set, but we can cite other papers. They also look at the effect of the air pollution on the children. So that can be one mechanism. However, the school, the infrastructure of the school is very important. So I think in the data we have some information on the school. So maybe the children, the student in the better school with a better, for example, air conditioner, they may be the better. The instruments is not clever. We just follow literature, so we do not invent that instrument. But yeah, you are right. The instrument wind speed is not very good instrument. So the best instrument in the literature, they use the temperature inversion, they call that. And some studies they use the wind direction. Wind direction we cannot get the data, but maybe the temperature inversion we try. We have contacted other researcher try to get whether they can produce that data for us. Yeah, thank you.
Thanks so much for such a fascinating paper. I had two questions or just ideas that might be of interest. I guess the first one is a question. I had seen a couple of papers or presentations recently that were about sort of about air pollution. And it was making me think about the mechanisms that might be at play. So it seems like what could be happening is that school performance could be very directly affected by air pollution. I saw a paper recently by a demographer named Risto Kebabu, who visited Penn from Max Planck. He had a really nice study in London that seemed to be showing kind of negative effects of air pollution that seemed, the idea seemed to be that the air pollution was sort of directly affecting kids' performance. I was at another talk recently that was a scholar working on in our political science department, Tarek Thachil, who was doing some work on measured air pollution in a survey he had done in India. And there, I think that was not about children, but one of the things that came up in the discussion of the project was that a lot of schools were shutting down because the air pollution was so bad. And so I wondered if it could be that I guess I was just curious if the idea would be here that this is mainly operating through kind of direct effects on kids, or whether part of it could be due to closures of schools. And then I had another comment, but I'll talk to you about that later.
Thank you for the data on the test score. Actually, we have to acquire limited information. So when we construct the data set over time, we only have the test score. So it's difficult to understand the mechanism. So maybe through the cognitive and but for the long term, we don't see the effect of the air pollution on the school dropout, on the school enrollment. So probably in Vietnam, the schooling rate as one figure, it's more than 90% of the people that are attending school. So the air pollution and temperature, they do not affect the school enrollment and dropout. In the short term, they can affect the cognitive test. But we still want to make sure that if you have the better instrument, we want, because one issue, if you read the full paper, where actually we first start with a fixed effect regression with our instrument. So we still see the negative correlation between the air pollution and the test score. When we use the instrument, the effect is higher. It's I think the magnitude, the absolute value is the 0.8 is 3 times higher. So when the instrument they give the quite larger the estimate than the fixed effect and the OLS, there can be some problem. So that's why we still want to have the other instrument to make sure that actually the air pollution, they can cause a problem for the cognitive ability.
I have a clarifying question for otherwise, an excellent presentation. So in your title, you have climate change. And I was just wondering was it meant to be operationalized, or was it just a hook? Because scientists would refer to climate change as very slow process of changing climatic conditions. So that would be like deviation from long-term pattern. And that deviation in your case has to be observed spatially. So I do see that your variation in climatic conditions, but did you want to explicitly model climate change in the way it is defined in science literature? And if so, what did you do? Again, I may have missed it, but just wanted to be clear. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think you are right. So, but actually, first we want to measure the long term and using the long periods, so many survey. But finally, we have the survey only for 6 years. So that's why we only measure like a temperature shock. So later we'll revise the title.
Yeah, I think like okay. Thank you for the presentation. I think like one possibility that you find the IV effect is larger because like there is like if your data on wind speed like capture or include the extreme event like typhoon or something, so it's possible that we see from other research that wind speed affect like the school closure and then it affect the standardized score, not through the pollution or something. Yeah, that's the possibility that the exclusion criteria.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, that's why we want to obtain to get the additional instrument. Yeah, you are right. Thank you.
Thank you for the presentation. I was just wondering what is the main source of air pollution in Vietnam? So usually it's human-made, and there could be like a specific time of the day when air pollution is very high, especially for like commuting rush commuting hours, or like weekdays or weekends. It also differs, and air pollution and temperature, the weather variables fluctuate a lot. When you take it the monthly average, it smoothens the fluctuation, and the effect might be underestimated. Thank you.
Yeah, that correct. We that also limitation of our study. So yeah, we will try to get the daily data. Thank you.
Final one from Minaj, and before we break.
Just a quick question. Would you distinguish between productivity and cognitive ability? Like when you were talking about extreme heat or cold, like that affecting productivity or of the person? Do you distinguish that?
Sorry, you mean the labor? You mean that the function, the cognitive, the productivity. You mean the productivity that like labor? Sorry, yeah, you mean that control for the baseline, something like that. Yeah, control for the baseline of the student. Maybe I can ask you. Yeah, this is right. Sorry, yeah.
Right, so that's the end of the two presentations. So let's give a round of applause to the presentation presenters and the discussants.
So now we are moving to the session 3, which is also the last session, but not the least of today. And in this session, we have two presentations. The first one is about learning inequality among school children in low-income Bangladeshi community and ethical assessment. And the presenter is by Professor Niaz Asadullah from Monash University, Malaysia. And the discussion is Neeraj Katewa. So may I invite Professor Niaz, and you have 25 minutes for presentation.
Thank you. So thank you again to ADBI for the invite. This is a joint work with Gaston Lianowski of University of Leeds. The paper is about an ethical assessment of learning inequality with a particular focus on parents. And it is motivated by this sudden but temporary shift of educational activities away from teachers to parents in home setting following school closure. And as you would all recall from Harry's lecture, that not only this global school shutdown has intensified the pre-existing learning crisis around the world, it has also created new anxieties about learning inequality. And that is partly because of this uneven pattern of learning loss, given unequal learning environments at home. But you would pause and say, hey, this is all new. We already know a lot from Harry, so what are you going to talk about different? So the point is that, yes, we already know that there are tons of studies confirming the importance of family background for children's achievements in education. We also know that there's a big literature on the relative importance of family versus school, parents versus teachers. And we also know that there are scholars in the field of inequality of educational opportunity who says that we should neutralize any form of advantage or disadvantage when it comes to children's development, because these are not circumstances they can be held accountable for, because kids cannot choose their parents. So again, the question is, what is new? So what is new in this paper is the context and the question. So the context is exactly like what Harry says, that the context is one where school is out, parents are in. So the education production function has been reduced to one where the only relevant input are parental input. And in this context, we argue that if removing parental divide is to be a prerequisite for achieving equality of educational opportunity, we need to care about what parents do at home. We need to differentiate between their behavior and resources that they have at their disposal, because it has a bearing on what we can deem as fair or unfair inequality. And it matters for researchers and policymakers who are interested in building back a system of education which is fairer and better. Now, further motivation comes from the fact that there has been this rise in parental activism in high-income community, where parents pool their resources, bring in their technology, collaborate with each other to counteract the disruption in education. And we have seen this being reinforced by the rise in edtech, which again has this income bias. And at the same time, we have seen a range of policy response, including remedial measures, which is aimed at removing family or socioeconomic disadvantages in last mile locations using a range of innovations, such as student-centered teletutoring to extreme form of it, where parents are really taught how to be a parent, digitally speaking. So now for economists, well, it's not an issue. We have the cost-benefit ratio, and we have the investment criteria, efficiency criteria to decide between alternative interventions. But for philosophers, they are interested in normative criteria, and that's the focus of this paper, right? So we are not going to talk about cost-benefit ratio. Rather, the objective is to kind of synthesize a competing range of normative framework, bringing on the work of philosophers such as Adam Smith, Brian Barry, and John Romer, to present before you a normative assessment of how to think of learning inequality in times of crisis, where school is out, home is in. Okay, right. So what do we do? So what we do is the standard decomposition of variance in student outcome using the traditional additional production function to kind of quantify part of the variation in child outcome or student outcome that can be labeled as fair. Now, labeled as fair based on certain underlying normative criteria, and that's what we will do. That we'll say, okay, so how large is this share of acceptable or defendable inequality, and what is the source of it, and where does parents enter into this discussion, right? And what do we do for illustration purpose? We use data set from the early months of pandemic, when school was not only closed down, there was very little alternative to schooling provided by the government in a particular country context, which is Bangladesh. So, and where as outcome variable, we use the students' learning time at home. And we use these data sets to present some illustrative examples of fair and unfair inequality. And in that context, what is the source of the fair inequality? Now, some headline messages in advance. What we find is that when it comes to self-study time, a large part of the variation can be labeled as fair, and up to 50% of that fair inequality can be attributed to parental effort and student effort. And on the other hand, when it comes to total study time, which includes not just what children do at home, but also their support that they get from private tutors or outside coaching, there the parents' money effort goes up, which is what philosophers would not approve as a fair source of inequality. So that's the headline message. So now let me move on. So this is the outline of the presentation. So first I'll offer a conceptual discussion of how to think normatively when talking about inequality in the context of learning disruption. And then I'll proceed to the methodological framework and so on. So first thing first. So for us as economists who are primarily interested in cost-benefit ratio, well, how to engage with this normative discussion on learning inequality, and that too by factoring in the role of parents. A good starting point is liberal egalitarianism. So according to this view, they say, well, it's very simple. It's not complicated. Learners should not be held accountable either for their attribute, how well nourished they are, how tall their genes are, their circumstances. So therefore, education policy makers are perfectly all right to eliminate all sources of disadvantage in learning environment over which students have no control. And this is what is known as principle of compensation. Now, there is John Romer who says, I agree, but nonetheless, if there is a part of variation in learning outcome that is independent of the circumstances children face, that should be respected. So this is what we call baseline fair inequality. So baseline fair inequality would be that a measure of student effort that is orthogonal to everything that parents do at home. It's hard, I agree, but so that's a starting point. And then there's other extreme, Brian Berry, who says, hey, well, wait, effort is something that should be respected regardless of its cause. So I really don't care whether you as a child work hard, whether it's your helicopter parent or tiger mom. I don't really care whether you are being coerced or whether being induced or whether it's autonomous. All of that should be respected. So this is the principle of liberal reward. Now, there's a third philosopher, Adam Swift, who says, hang on. So let's think about this in another way. So let's put aside the debate over student effort. Let's focus on what parents do. So any variation in student outcome that is because of intimate familial interaction should be respected. Why? Because it's at the core of what family means, and family is an autonomous institution. That's something we should respect. So the best way to connect with what we mean by intimate familial interaction is this quote. It's a long quote, so I will not read it out for you, but it comes from a very provocative essay that was published almost 20 years ago, where he says, okay, I agree with liberal egalitarianism, meaning that I do not deem inequality that is because of parental money to be respected. But when it comes to activities such as a mother reading out a bedtime story to the child, or a father holding an intelligent conversation over meal with the child, these are things that should be respected. In this spirit, therefore, parents engaging with the child as home tutor, giving them intimate guidance instead of relying on an outsider home tutor should be also respected. Otherwise, Adam Swift says that we will be undermining the autonomy of family. So that is really the starting point of the paper, that we have these three competing normative criteria that when we bring them together, what does it mean for assessment of inequality as we do as economists? So the easiest way to think about the discussion is the following. So think of the typical educational production function. You've got a bunch of inputs that you all know of: gender, race, parental education, all that. So they said, so think of the component input that will be affected by these three criteria, then label them as ethically acceptable, and then use that, their contribution to total variation in student output, as your measure of what is called fair inequality. So the affected component in the educational production function would be any measure of student effort that is orthogonal to family influence. That is a Romer version. And then the Brian Berry version is any measure of student effort which is raw, regardless of whether it comes from family influence or not. And Adam Swift will say, well, I don't really care about what students do. I only care about what parents do. So therefore, any measure of intimate familial affair in the education production function should be respected. Right? So now, interestingly, you see a column here where it's all zero. So everyone will agree that when it comes to preschool development or very early childhood development or primary school development, because children are below the age of consent, so therefore it is not meaningful to talk about choice. It is not meaningful to talk about effort. So therefore they say, so this discussion should apply to children who are above the age of consent. That's where the paper is focused on secondary age children. And so here the point of departure is that regardless of which school of philosophy we refer to, there is always some acceptable inequality in learning outcome. Yes. Respected as in, like, we should not tamper with it, that we shouldn't neutralize it, right? Okay, so moving forward now, so that's the setup. Now, given this, the next question is, how do we methodologically operationalize this? So here we follow the practice in the literature where economists have decomposed a range of outcomes, health, poverty, education test scores, using variance of the outcome variable. So essentially the idea is that you estimate a production function and then use the parameters to calculate the predicted variance, and then you work out what part of the predicted variance is accounted for what group of variables. And among those group of variables that are labeled as ethically accepted, so you look at their share in the total predicted variance and say, is there evidence of fair inequality or not? So now in your case, we have three competing normative criteria. So what we're going to do is to start with two OLS models of learning time, which is our main outcome variable. So here we will include all the traditional correlates of learning outcome. In addition to that, we will add two measures. One is the intimate parental interaction, which corresponds to the SWIFT component, and then a measure of student effort, which corresponds to the Barry criteria. Now, we will repeat this model next with one difference. We will parse the student effort of the family influence using auxiliary equation of student effort, and we will plug that back into the education production function to get an orthogonal measure of student effort that will give us the Roma share. So I'll again show you this more formally here. So imagine that you have estimated your production function with all the standard controls on the right-hand side, and you have a measure of parental intimacy interaction, and then you have a measure of student effort. So the share of the combined share of the variance attributable to student effort, which is part of family influence, is your sigma delta R. This is the Romer share of fair inequality. And then the part that is not, where the student effort is not part of family contribution, is the raw student score effort, which is the sigma delta Barry. Now, by definition, because this one is not part of family influence, this was bigger than this one. So therefore, that gives us this inequality. Now, because of this, so once we take a combination of these by, say, for example, combining SWIFT with Barry, so by definition, this quantity will be bigger than the combination of Romer and SWIFT. So therefore, it means that the lower bound of acceptable learning inequality will be delta hat R, and the upper bound of acceptable learning inequality will be delta hat S plus delta hat B. Now, just for you to understand that, well, how do we think of the unacceptable inequality for each of these? So these are the quantities. And so they add up to give you the normalized total variance, which is 1, right? Okay, so given this framework, now you can think of operationalizing it. The challenge to operationalize this is, of course, the missing data, because very rarely we have household data where we have matched information on this and this, because we need to have information on the student effort as well as the parent effort. But the biggest challenge is to have this data set from a setting where school is out. It cannot be based on a normal time data set, because then you have a very wide circumstances factor where you've got contribution of teachers and schools. So therefore, for this, we turn to a data set that was collected exactly at the heart of the pandemic in the very early months, and it happens to be the largest and the probably earliest, one of the earliest pandemic time education survey in entire Asia. It was conducted in May 2020, where there was a very detailed time allocation module for parents as well as students. So this is the data set that we use, and the good part is that this comes from a setting where the focus is on low income families, meaning that only rural and urban slums. Now, the interesting part is a quick stylized fact about the main outcome variable. There is a very sharp decline in learning time before and after during the school closure when it comes to total study time. So total study time includes not just what kids do at home, but also what they do in school and outside school, like coaching as well as private tutoring. Whereas self-study time is that part which involves no private tutoring, no outside coaching, and no school component. So what you find is that the study is set in a context where there is limited learning going on at home. But interestingly, this is also true for parental time. So there is also a decline in time spent by mothers in children's education. And when it comes to mothers and fathers, of course, mothers spend more time compared to fathers. Now, so therefore, to operationalize this, we have a list of 31 covariates which enter the educational production function. These are all standard. The only thing that is innovative here is this parental effort measure, which comprises of 3 variables capturing parents' time in intimate interaction with the child. So this is the focus of the analysis, that what is the share of this variable of all these in the total explained variation. And for illustration purpose, we also have a rough proxy of student effort, which we need to operationalize Barry and Barry and Romer model. But again, the focus is really on the Swift model. So therefore, as I've said, we have 2 models estimated. So for the 2 samples, so where we have collapsed contribution of 31 indicators in 9 subgroups. And of all these subgroups, the most important subgroup of interest, which is ethically defensible, is the parental effort time. And what you find is that when it comes to total study time, it is the parental monetary effort that dominates. Up to 51% of the total variation is what philosophers would not accept as fair inequality. But when it comes to the fair inequality share, that is 14% parental effort plus student effort 9%. But if you use the Romer model to parse the student effort of the parental contribution, that drops to 7%. But even then, the relative share is bigger when it comes to the parental money effort. Now, when we look at the self-study time, the conclusion flips. So this time, the parental effort, which is what Swift will call intimate familial interaction, and the student effort share dominates the parents' money effort. And these shares also dominate other things, such as inequality because of digital divide, which philosophers would also object to. So to summarize, again, when we combine all these shares, 1, 2, 3, in 4 ways, so which is Romer only, Barry only, and Romer plus Swift and Barry plus Swift, we get a set of 16 estimates of acceptable inequality. And I can graphically organize them to give you the range that within the rural sample, when it comes to total study time, the share of acceptable inequality ranges from 7% to 24%. In case of self-study time, it is much wider, 16% to 52%. The share is smaller in case of slum. It's not unexpected because slums typically have environment with even limited familial interaction. So that takes me to the concluding slide. So what have we done in this presentation is to offer you an ethical or normative analysis of learning inequality in times of crisis with a focus on parental input. The main takeaway is that regardless of the ethical framework we talk about, there is noticeable share of what philosophers would approve as fair inequality. And within that, what we find is that when it comes to the share of fair inequality in self-study time, it is the parental effort that dominates, even if you disagree with our measure of student effort. And that is a striking finding because it is much bigger than the share of parental divide is bigger than the share of digital divide in explained variation. And the other point is that these numbers come from a setup where there is already a reduction in study time among children in home setting, and there is already a reduction in familial interaction happening at home. So on that note, so the last point before I conclude is that the presentation is largely for illustration purpose because it still needs to be revisited using a data set where there is a full spectrum of parental divide and student effort. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Neeraj, and I am a PhD scholar at Indian Institute of Management. First of all, I would like to congratulate Mr. Nice for his in-depth study on uh, relationship between parental effort and educational inequality in a natural setting arising due to COVID-19. So it's a very timely topic, and I believe it was very clever and smart to use this particular time period to explore the parental efforts on children learning, because during this time, the schools being shut and a complete shift to online learning, the role of parents increased even more in educational production. So the findings of paper make a clear point about the importance of parental efforts in shaping students' educational experiences. And these efforts include time and monetary investment. So these findings are consistent with the idea that learning does not happen in vacuum. Obviously, there would be a linkage between the education and the support that a child is support or the resources that a child is receiving at home. However, there are few points where I believe the paper could benefit from further discussion or clarification. These points are based on the draft paper that I received on the mail. These points might be elementary as coming from a PhD scholar, but I hope they can be of some value to you. So, firstly, the paper focuses on Bangladesh, but I believe the results could be made more generalized if we can provide similar evidence for other developing countries like India. So one option that I gave is in Bangladesh neighboring country, which is India, where you can consider the data set coming from Center for Monitoring Indian Economy. So the data is based on the Consumer Pyramid Household Survey, which is a comprehensive survey of Indian families. It covers around 200,000 households and 1.19 million individuals, making it largest household panel survey globally. And it has the data on the time spent on various activities that you used in your study as well. And moreover, your paper acknowledged that the data used correspond to early months of the pandemic. When there was when the internet access and the digital service were not widespread among households, while this limitation is understandable, it is essential to recognize that the impact of pandemic evolved over time. So if you can discuss about the findings that might have changed with more access and digital devices being more prevalent, that could make the story more complete. So this is something again which you can explore through CMI dataset, because it has pre-pandemic data, during pandemic data, and post-pandemic data. Secondly, the author discussed the significant role of parental time and effort. However, the paper did not consider the parent side story, at least in the draft that I received, that parent might also be facing challenges during pandemic. For example, how did the sudden shift to online learning impacted parents' ability to provide support? Did all the parents have equal access to the resources and the time for home-based learning? So with pandemic being over as of now, how these results can be interpreted in normal settings. Lastly, the paper mentions the rise of for-profit edtech services and their implication for educational inequality. While the author acknowledged that these services may widen the parental divide, he also notes that they can minimize illegitimate inequality. But it would be interesting to dive deeper into this aspect. How can policymakers strike a balance between providing equal access to these services, these edtech services, and ensuring that they do not widen existing inequalities? So, in conclusion, this paper provides valuable insight into ethical and distributional aspect of learning losses during the time period of COVID-19 pandemic. The author has touched on critical points, but I believe there is a room for further exploration in its societal implication and the use of CMI dataset to extend the study for other developing countries as well. Thank you. Those were my points.
So thank you, Neeraj. Thank you for pointing out the CMI dataset. So I think you've raised two other substantive points, which I want to respond to. So the first one is going from the last, the role of EdTech. So how can we use that to equalize educational opportunity, whether that's possible based on this presentation? And the second one is the interaction between parents and the state provision for homeschooling using online systems. So this one is public, the other one is private. So you talk about the private fee charging. So just to be sure, again, when we talk about EdTech, there are two types. So one is market provided, another one is state provided. So philosophers will be very clear. If parents are subscribing for state provided fee charging EdTech, that's monetary effort. That's not a source of legitimate inequality. So there's no debate on this. So the rise of EdTech in India, China, fee charging online, that's not good news. However, when it comes to digital parenting, that's where it gets interesting, because here the state providers, donors are being creative in their use of technology to tackle a gap. At the opposition from philosophers is that, okay, if you are then intervening in the space where we leave it to the autonomy of the family, which is how to be a good mother, how to be a parent. When it comes to an adult child, this is not something that they approve, unless, of course, this is done at the very early part in the life cycle, like very small kid, ECD, 0 to first 6 years of the life cycle, or even primary kids below the age of consent. So philosophers have no objection. So therefore, again, the answer is yes and no, depending on the target group. And I think that's an interesting takeaway from the discussion. But your other point that you raised about whether parents had the digital capability to cope with the provision of online learning in Bangladesh, the good and the attractive side of this setup is that it was in a country in the very early months of the pandemic where the government was literally not doing anything, right? So meaning that the government launched some television-based distance learning program that no one watched. Schools had no coordination whatsoever and all that. So therefore, it is pretty safe to assume what Harry pointed out, complete shutdown, offline, online. So, and that is where we felt that this is a meaningful exercise, because otherwise, of course, it gets complicated because the circumstances vector gets widened, right? Then we get into all kinds of complicated discussion of school choice and all that. So thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nias. So now we open the discussion to the floor. Is there any questions? Go with Albert Park and then.
Yeah, it's very interesting. Thinking philosophically, I'm not sure it's so obvious that parents investing money versus time should be ethically different, in the sense that you can imagine a parent, especially in a poor environment, where they make a conscious decision they're going to go migrate to earn income to support their kids, and they have the same affection, but it's going to mean they can't spend as much time. And we, as economists, we think there's some element of substitutability, and people are kind of optimizing if their goal is to have their kids have good outcomes. So I just raised that. And also from inequality of opportunity as I've usually heard it defined, it's really about what's in the control of the kid, right? And so the kid can't control, the family he was born in. So anything related to the parents should be viewed as inequality of opportunity. So I'm just curious how you think about that.
Yeah. So thank you again. So the purpose of this presentation is to bring here to the discussion the competing perspectives. So John Romer would 100% agree with you. So that's the end of the debate. Now, I'm not Adam Swift. So I wouldn't know how he would actually answer this question, where in extreme context of poverty, because, so his philosophy is assuming a very modern capitalistic system where there is, enough choice. But then when it comes to extreme poverty, where parent has to kind of face this trade-off, i.e. to secure their monetary component, they really have to shut down scope for any meaningful, intimate familial interaction. So what should policymakers respond to that using this ethical framework? So that's an also interesting question for me to go back and reflect on. So otherwise, yeah. So thank you. Yes.
No, thanks. Fascinating presentation and really compellingly delivered. So I want to thank you for making sure that all those of us with jet lag were fully awake. I certainly was. Just a quick follow-up question to Albert's. And you mentioned a lot that you focused on the crisis and because of the fact that perhaps more family inputs might have been more important, but I didn't quite get why it is that the deeper philosophical issues you talked about wasn't applicable at any time. And my question is, do you think that it is different? There would be different, you would have a different perspective in so-called normal times.
So that's an excellent point. So philosophers did not develop this keeping in mind times of crisis. So you're absolutely right? So these are kind of frameworks developed where parents can be parents and so on. The only reason why we use this is to simplify our operational framework. That's all. Because like all other economies, there is data constraint. So therefore, we wanted a setup where we would not have to deal with so many observables that are beyond the child's control. And the only observable that we have to deal with is that which relates to family. And then here we have got philosophers that take different viewpoints when it comes to what is a responsible behavior on part of the child and the parent. Otherwise, absolutely. So there isn't any particular reason to think of this, but the whole purpose of this discussion is to, I think, start a conversation to think widely and more inclusively about what do we expect parents to do, how much. Again, the point that Albert makes is a very good one. And well, whether we can be more nuanced in our design of educational interventions, because the discussion so far today has so much been focused on efficiency, getting the level raised, but not so much about the distribution of outcomes. And when you get into that part, we face competing choices. So who do we target for? So addressing learning poverty is one thing, but who do we target to tackle learning inequality? Is it the child? Is it the family? And of course, normally, if it is school, philosophers have no issue. So if it is school, but the moment intervention targets parents, so here you've got all these competing normative criteria that cannot be quite captured in cost-benefit analysis. I suppose that's what motivated us to undertake this discussion. And again, given that resilient system of education is not just about being better, but also being fairer, so we thought that this could be discussed. So thank you.
Thank you. Very interesting presentation. I really enjoyed your presentation. Two quick questions. One is, I might have missed this. Isn't parental intimacy related to student effort? Right? So that was I mean, I wanted to ask you on that. So, I would appreciate your talking a little bit on that. And then second, acceptable inequality. I don't know if that is acceptable term itself in the current age. So like our colleagues, Jerry Berman and so many other people, literature, they talk about that the gap starts as early as in the fetus, when the child, and so the role of nutrition, so are we assuming that, are we holding constant the poverty trap here, and then discussing above that. So just I would love to hear about that. Thank you.
Before I forget to answer this, then I come here.
So it'll be easier for me to remember the question, so I'll just quickly respond. So you're absolutely right, but that's what we do when we estimate the Romer model. Romer model with Swift would actually purge the student effort of any influence of family, right? So that's already incorporated, recognizing this, and that's one reason Romer produces the lowest share of acceptable inequality. So the second point that you raise is the substantive fundamental, and I think it's aligned with what we have heard before. So this, remember, we did not touch underage children. So therefore the state has all the power to level the playing field. So here we are talking about the residual. So if by the time the child is in secondary school and there is still learning inequality, so then actually it's neither the fault of the student nor the parent. It is down to the state's social protection failure. So therefore, this is kind of a subtle discussion. It does not stop in any way for any of us to equalize opportunities. There is no complication if we go for Jerry Berman's type of research, ECD, primary, no problem. Thank you.
So let me, in education is a little different from, let's say, roads, in that the providers are also people. And in the case of this crisis in particular, you have, which is a health crisis, if it's not just the parents or the students, teachers are very much a part of the power and also structure and also the provision structure. So teacher, if teachers don't want, if they think they will be, their health is is being risked, right? So yes, not under risk. That's bad English. Is there it's a risky situation for them. Then what is the right thing to do there? Because we know that children have the right to be educated and they want to be educated, and parents want their kids to be educated. And teachers want to protect their health. So in that triangle of rights, so to speak, what is the inequality, or does inequality play? Is that a relevant issue in that? You see my point? I mean, forcing teachers to actually go back to the classrooms, for example. So what can we say about that? I mean, especially if we're trying to come up with some approach towards resilience of the education system, we cannot take out teachers. And it's interesting to me that you focus on the tech services, which is different than really when you want to consider teachers.
Okay, very quickly. So, okay, so if I'm to get it right, you're presenting a different ethical or moral dilemma, right? So where you're assuming that, well, state authorities are still in the business while the pandemic is on. So that's a slightly different setup compared to what I have considered here. But of course, it has an ethical dimension. There is a dilemma. And I need to go back to sort of think of what competing frameworks philosophers would offer to combine the two, because so the working assumption of my setup is teachers are out.
Right, but actually in the schooling system, teachers are not out, and that parents and teachers, they can be substitutes for each other, and that's what would really happen in the production function. So I think taking teachers out of the equation, out of your problem, is sort of making it too easy for you, right? The real hard part there is how much to put pressure on teachers to go back to school, so that you have them taking on what was being taken up by the pressure being taken up by parents.
Okay, so again, I think the one way to think about this would be that, well, those are public goods. So therefore, if the government innovates a way to make teachers available for everyone, so that actually does not affect this discussion. So because, that would not vary parent to parent, family to family, as long as this is kind of a universal across the board response from an effective, competent government. I think that's the kind of examples I can think of in Singapore, like what Harry was pointing out, or France, where the state authorities were able to achieve this objective without putting teachers' life at risk. So philosophers have no problem with that. But I think that question is slightly beyond the scope of my presentation, but I do agree with the substantive importance of the question that you raised. But again, from the framework presented, as long as this is part of a universal state response, there is no complication for the inequality of educational opportunity argument. We can continue after that talk.
May I? So very quickly, Niaz, this was a great presentation. It makes me think about a couple of things. One, the efforts to kind of guarantee the equality of opportunity. We like to think of positive things like the schools, better schools, giving income to students or whatever supports. But more often we see efforts to take away things in order to make things equal, so kind of make it more equal. And I'm thinking California had a very, I think it was a low math score in before high school, and the solution was to stop teaching algebra because that was the subject that had the biggest test score differences. That seems like a very bad way to. You will have equality, but at a low level. Is society better off in that sense? I know Romer. I didn't know the other philosophers that you mentioned, and I think I'm convinced there's a level of inequality of opportunity that might be defensible, which is useful then for designing policies. And I think that's that's one of the takeaways I get out of this. But the debate is huge. But thank you for introducing these.
Thanks a lot. It was a very interesting presentation. I enjoyed it thoroughly, and a very interesting framing. And I think used the opportunity of the COVID time to, as you said, operationalize this theoretical framework to get at the fear or what would be acceptable inequality. But I wanted to just clarify the ranges that were given were not based on test scores, right? That was based on student efforts. So I'm assuming that the data did not have, the surveys did not have any assessment components to be able to give us that range of cognitive differences that we might accept. Okay, and then building on the question that was asked earlier on teachers, so if the parents have the ability to influence teachers, that would, I was wondering on that yes, for now teachers are out of the system, but if parents have the ability to influence the quality of the teachers that they can get to their students, would that under Swift model be considered acceptable or not?
I think now I can connect back to Beth's point, right? So if parental activism is about extracting more effort from teachers who in times of crisis are in distress, how would this work? So Swift will say yes to that. So anything which is stopping short of bribing teachers is okay. So money, not acceptable. But think of parent-teacher association. So that actually Swift would say, yeah, that is something we should respect, that if a child learns more because her mother goes to PTA, that's part of the inequality that we should accept, right? So Yeah, I'm happy to continue with that, but I think this is a good way to answer at least partially your question. And on your first point, you're absolutely right. But then we also had a dilemma whether to write this paper or not, because we said, oh, we don't have test scores. And then we realized one thing, that we needed an outcome variable that wouldn't be dominated by school inputs. Right? So therefore, if we were to have test scores, that would be pretty much capturing inputs that would be pre-pandemic. So therefore, the advantage here is that, yes, it is kind of a low stake, but the variation is not capturing school input, and which is why you will find that there's a school type variable. It actually didn't do anything. So again, it is partly a matter of compromise, but also partly a conscious choice, because there's also literature that showed the goodness of learning time in home setting, where they also test scores that they're highly, highly correlated. So they said, these are also good enough measures to measure learning loss in England, for example. There are 2 papers I've cited. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Nias. And there's one more question.
Since you introduced the teachers again, wouldn't the fact that there's going to be so much inequality produced because of the closures compel authorities to make teachers come back? I mean, we made meat packers, grocery store workers, health workers, essential workers. Why exactly were teachers not essential workers?
So I have no objection to that, but that's not something that conclusion follows from this framework. But I agree with you on that. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. So I know this is a very interesting presentation, and it gives some fresh air for the economists from a philosophy perspective. But because of the time constraint, so we move on to the second presentation that is also very interesting, about learning loss in Asian countries. And the presenter is by Wataru. He is a PhD student in Germany, and at the same time also research associate at ADBI. And the discussion for his presentation is Lolita from the ANU.
Hello, my name is Wataru. So first of all, I thank everyone who hold this conference and then giving me opportunity to present here. So in this paper, so this is a paper with Dina and Peter. We are all from ADBI, and we are investigating the effectiveness of the distance learning during the COVID-19 pandemic and school closure. So the introduction is like a really like overlapping with the keynote speech from the Harry in this morning, that there has been a school closure due to the pandemic, and we know that there has been a learning loss during this time, and usually longer duration of school closure leads to greater learning loss. But the evidence is a bit scarce in Asian developing countries. And also we want to investigate the effectiveness of different type of distance learning, such as the online class or paper lesson. So we already know this figure from this morning, but the key message is that the message is very clear, that I want to emphasize that there has been a high cost of school closure. And so given this background, first we want to see the linkage between the duration of school closure and learning loss in Asian developing countries. But also we want to know what type of class instruction or distance learning tools during the closure was effective in mitigating this effect. So for the data, we use the household survey data from ADBI, which we conducted in 7 ASEAN countries and 10 CAREC countries. And the main results were as expected. Usually longer closure leads to greater degree of learning loss. And also online class was found to mitigate the effect of longer school closure, but this was not the case for paper lessons. So then just as a brief background of data we use. So the ADBI has been doing this household survey from 2020 in ASEAN and from 2021 in CARIC. And we are using the latest survey data. And this is like randomly selected 1,000 households from each country, and we restrict sample to those who has any child, which is around 47% of the original data. And for the education-related question variables, we have a duration of school closure since February 2020, type of class instruction during school closure, and then progress of study during school closure. And these are the study sites. And we are looking into like 17 different countries, and each country has a different years of basic education that we refer to when we do some econometric analysis. So I just want to start with the descriptive statistics. So first, this figure shows the duration of school closure answered by the household. So it's very clear that there has been a quite longer duration of school closure. The red figure shows the school closure more than 9 months. And this has been a pretty, especially longer for some countries such as Indonesia, Philippines, Mongolia. And interestingly, in our data, all the households said that they had no closure in Turkmenistan. So therefore, most of our analysis are excluding Turkmenistan. And the next figure shows the type of class instruction during school closure. So for each country, and it seems that the paper lessons and online classes were the two main type of class instruction during school closure, which was provided to the household. But interestingly, in some countries like Azerbaijan, Mongolia, quite a large fraction of households answered that they had a class instruction through TV. And when I look at the literature, it says that there has been like a national broadcasting, like a television that gives a class instruction. So it was like kind of the government's policy in these countries. And then we are interested in the progress of study during school closure, which could be considered as a proxy of learning loss, because this is asking the progress compared to the in-person class during school closure. And well, the countries like Mongolia, the very high fraction of households answered that there has been no progress during school closure. And well, it seems like there has been like lots of variations within the same country, and of course across the countries. And this is the last figure. In the end, we also know if the child is enrolled in school or not. So this one shows the like for each responding grade level, like this one shows the percentage of child that is not enrolled in school after school reopening. But when we look at the like statistics from the UNESCO, and it seems like these numbers are not that high compared to the numbers before the pandemic. So that's why we are mainly focusing on the learning loss during the school closure. So in our main analysis, our outcome variable is again the learning loss, which is this like 4 categorical and an ordered measure. And one is like the same as in-person class, 2 slower compared to the in-person class, 3 very little progress, 4 no progress. So this is the outcome variables we want to investigate. And for the variable interest, we are interested in how the duration of school closure. This is well actually also the categorical which is less than 3 months, 3 to 5 months, 6 to 9 months, and more than 9 months. And also we have the type of class instruction, whether the household receive the specific type of class instruction. And then we are particularly interested in the effectiveness of this online class and paper lesson, because these two are the commonly adopted type of class lesson during school closure. And for our main analysis, we do the normal order logic model. This is the result, and the first for the sample combined, compared to the less than 3 months of school closure, longer school closure usually relates to the higher likelihood of greater learning loss as expected. But this doesn't seem to be the case for ASEAN, surprisingly. And when it comes to the class instruction during school closure, online class and paper lessons, these are the two commonly adopted class instruction during school closure. They are like negatively significant, meaning that lower degree of learning loss. And we have a gender information only for ASEAN. We are actually like planning to collect the gender information, gender of the child for correct countries, but this was not possible during the survey. And seems like the boys tend to have a greater learning loss during the school closure. To graphically shows the marginal effect of duration of school closure, where the reference is the less than 3 months. It seems like the left figure shows the predicted probability of household answering that their kid had very little progress, and then this one shows the same probability for no progress. And seems like very clear that at least for the combined sample, there has been a very clear link between the duration of school closure and then predicted probability. Then we are also interested in, so this is something we already know, but we also want to know how the online class and then paper lessons relates to the outcome. So here we included the interaction terms between the duration of school closure and online class. And it seems that when the school closure is longer, then the interaction term with online class is like negative, which leads to that this kind of figure. So this figure shows the predicted probability of household answering that they had very little progress or no progress, conditional on having online class or not having online class. And if we focus on for example, like more than 9 months of school closure, then with online class, this probability drops quite considerably. And same for this no progress, the probability of having no progress. And so this kind of implied that online class was maybe effective in terms of predicting further learning loss due to the longer school closure. And we did the same for the paper lessons, another commonly adopted measure during school closure. And actually, the trend is pretty reverse. When the school closure, when the duration is shorter, the paper lessons seem to be effective in preventing the learning loss. But when the school closure gets longer, it seems like it's not at all effective in terms of reducing the learning loss. So then, because it seems like the online class participation or having an online class is important. So this one shows the correlation between the type of the household and then having the online class. And it's very clear that when the household has no internet connection or when the household is staying in rural area, they tend to receive, they are less likely to receive the online class. And well, but so our two variables of interest were the duration of school closure and online class. And of course, like there are concerns about the endogeneity, which we are not really addressing in our regression. And well, for the duration of school closure, we try this like a control function approach, where in the first stage we included the district mean duration of lockdown, but maybe this is not the best ideas. So we need to work further for this part. So overall, we investigate the linkage among the duration of school closure, learning loss, and effectiveness of class instruction. Particularly, we are comparing the online class and paper lesson. And well, we have this suggestive evidence that the longer duration of school closure is greater learning loss. But the online class was actually an effective measure to prevent the further learning loss due to the longer school closure. And children in rural area and in house with limited internet connection had lower chance to receive online class. But we have to work on this, like some endogeneity concerns. This is something we should work on. And if we were to try to derive some policy implication, the first thing we can say is that the online classes are better distant learning method than paper lessons when in-person class is not possible. So today, we had many cases of the school closure due to the natural disasters, and a trace from the experience during the school closure in COVID, we know that online classes seem to work better. But better internet access, especially in rural areas, are needed for online classes. So which is very important to have a resilient and inclusive education system in the future. So that's all for my presentation. Thank you so much.
So I'm going to discuss, based on my very limited knowledge on education literature. So the paper is a cross-country study investigating the relationship between the learning loss and the duration of school closure that we also have here in the keynote speech and opening remarks that in this morning. The study is across 16 developing countries, and it has a sizable sample in each country. And most importantly, the paper investigates how learning instruction could be associated with students' learning loss, which is very important in mitigating disruptions in education. So I think congratulations for at least for the preliminary result. I think it's a really interesting topic. So I guess my first comment is that so this learning loss, that variable that you're using is actually progress of study during the pandemic. So parents were asked. It's a subjective indicator. I'm just wondering whether this indicator would relate to really a learning loss, or maybe it's a parent's expectation or satisfaction. Not really familiar with the study on this part, but I think it would be also great if there is any evidence on how learning outcomes like test score
correlates with the indicator that you're using. Second comment is that the class instruction seems to be a multi-response variable, and I'm not really clear whether the variable that you constructed is the online learning and the paper lesson is independent of each other. It seems to me like it is indeed substitutes with one another, but also there are cases where it's not really substitutes, for example, in Kazakhstan. So I think I would be interested to know how this method complements each other. If you could do something analysis on that. And also, I'm also wondering whether there are time variant in different timing of the class instructions that you could use to understand whether the impact of a specific learning instruction is persistent or not. And also, you see here variation of school closure within countries quite large. And I think in your paper, you haven't really discussed why is there a large variation across region in a country, and that might relate to what are the variables to be included in the estimation. And also the last estimation, you're estimating duration on your online class. So I'm just wondering whether it's you mentioned about the endogeneity of the omitted variable, but maybe it's also a reverse causality problem where duration, whether it's affect class instruction or not. I think I'm not really clear on that. And also really as individual or household demographics have any influence in determining school level or region level policy of class instruction? That's also that I was not clear about. So thank you.
Would you like to respond to some of the comments or?
Thank you so much for very helpful comments. So well, I agree with all the comments you gave me. So starting with this self-report, well, we don't really have a good proxy to this, like something like a test scores and so on. So this is something we have to complement with literature review. Next, and then for your second comment, I think this is a very important point that how the online class and paper lessons interact each other. And this is definitely something we should investigate further. And then for the drivers of school closure, I think most of the variations are coming from the variations across the region in the same country. So well, so in the robustness check, we are including the mostly household characteristics in this kind of for the determinants of the duration of school closure. But it will be, I think, nicer if we have like regional level indicators. But I'm not very sure how easy it is to correct such if it's a country comparison, then it would be possible, but not maybe the case for so I need to, maybe, find a good way or good explanation for this. For the last question about this, like concerns on the reverse causality, I fully agree with that. So we will have to rethink about like this second regression. That's all. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Wataru. Is there any question from the floor?
Yeah, just a couple of thoughts. One, and I think you already mentioned to check for some of the countries where we have actual information on learning loss, whether these correspond. One thought I had was there seemed to be I think it was when you introduced the online education, the perception of learning loss decreased. I wonder if it was just that people thought that they were observing progress because the child was still in school. So if maybe in the justification for using the perceptions, maybe there's a literature on that and how people's views differ. In some of the international assessments, they at least ask the students about their perceptions of schools, and it's not consistent with the performance. So some of the students that enjoy subjects don't do very well in them. In some countries that do well, they don't enjoy it. So it's hard to understand. But I didn't understand why it had to be was it an ordered probit? I didn't understand why it had to be that. Why, or logit? Why couldn't you make the progress continuous? And if I remember correctly, in one of the tables, your reference category was less than 3 months of school closure. That sounds like a lot to me. I mean, in some European countries, they closed for, I think it was Netherlands for 8 weeks, and they had quite large learning losses. So it seems the comparison is with a length of closure that's associated with the high learning loss. So I would experiment with what the baseline the reference category should be. I think 3 months is a lot, in my view.
Yeah, thank you for your comments. They're very helpful. So for the quick answer to this, like a reference of the less than 3 months, this is the how we asked actually. So cannot really do anything further.
So much. Quick question, very quick. I was also really thinking about the outcome variable. So this was asked to the students or the parents? Parents. Household head. Okay. Yeah, I was wondering the reliability of this. I think the discussion also talked about. So maybe I don't know, maybe for inter-rater reliability, ask both students and teachers. I don't household head. I don't know. I'm just wondering that, I think because there's some fuzziness on how this, because it's perception, it's not concrete. So I think that was the only thing that I was wondering and thinking about. Thanks.
Hi. So like about the outcome variable, what Harry was saying, like did you try like using just dummy rather than 1, 2, 3, 4, like so progress and no progress, this is like clear identification. Yeah, so this is a clear identification, progress and no progress. But saying something about like 4 category, like progress, 25% progress, 50% progress, 75% progress is a little bit tough for some of the parents. So why not just use like no progress as 1 or 0 and all the other categories as like 1, just simple dummy. So if the distance between these two answer is very like big, so probably in that case like parents can correctly report it. Okay, so no progress and all other progress, at least some progress or something else. This is the one thing. And the other thing is like even in the like in the treatment or the interest variable, the duration or gap between this like a less than 3 month and more than something, you can also try this to reduce some category as well, like not using all the category, you can use like less than 3 months or more than 3 months. So like I'm not saying like instead of this model, I'm just like saying why not use like add more columns to this model so that it can be more, you can pin down more, right? So yeah, it can be yeah, thank you.
Thank you for your suggestion. Yeah, we will try that.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I have two questions, but I think the first question is like whether your variable on school closure is the accumulation like over all the pandemic time, or it's just the longest one that happened in the country. Like whether like, I mean, like the question should ask to Harry actually, but let's say like they have like intermittent closure, like 1 month and they open something like that. And whether that one is like might be worse than you just basically like completely close it continuously, something like that. So whether your variable is like total or accumulation or like the longest one.
Well, so I don't really have a quick answer right now, but we do have this survey is kind of panel structure for some households, so we can at least like see how many months of school closure they had in the area panel to see like how it like yeah, maybe this is something we could try, but yeah, but I think yeah, that's important point. Thank you.
Yeah, because like about resilience, I mean like the question is like whether yes, like do intermittent closure, right, or just like completely like stop the school system. And the second question is like it is about the choice of the mode of instruction, like whether online or paper, something like that. But I think like because this is the low or like developing country setting, right? I think like it's not because of by choice, right? But because of they are constrained by the budget or infrastructure facilities, especially during COVID, like you need to spend more on like social security or something like that. So I'm not sure whether like we can control that one in the regulation. Yeah. In terms of like fiscal capacities or like the infrastructure condition, I don't know, maybe it is already in the fixed effect or something.
Well, I think the most of the variables we have is only the household level. So that's, I mean, and of course, like from the household level, we see some evidence for your argument.
Okay. Okay.
Access for infrastructure. Can I give one note? So actually, doing this survey in Central Asia was tough about children. So whenever it comes to children, that's where we get into trouble. And it was very time-consuming negotiating. And some questions had to be dropped because companies refused to ask such questions, and they said people complained and then they don't want to participate in survey at all. So like we had to drop many questions about children. So somehow Central Asian survey was more sensitive to children question than ASEAN countries. So ASEAN had no problem, so they asked all the questions, no complaint, but Central Asia had very big. So they didn't want to answer anything about children. They think it's too, you don't need this private data. They didn't want to share this. They think it's private and they don't want to share.
Going back to this question of perceptions, I was wondering, we heard earlier today UG's presentation in which you had actual data of outcomes. And was there any overlap in the countries that is in this perception study versus the actual study? Because it'd be interesting to know whether there are any studies on whether the perception of parents is accurate. Not that it's less important. I mean, perceptions will actually determine votes in countries. But we just wondered whether we could look at whether perceptions are accurate, and can we potentially have that here?
We didn't. You want to say something about this?
Yeah. Yeah. Right. I think post-pandemic mixed data set, there's Vietnam, which is very promising, and then all those other countries we have in also Pakistan for one province, they have that post-pandemic data set. Yeah, but not too many like other countries.
can I add about perception? Yeah, I agree that it's different things, actual and perception, but maybe advantage of studying perception is that in the future, let's say next pandemic coming, and the government say, okay, we're closing school and we're going online. So at least we know that perception of parents is better towards online education. So when children going online, parents feeling that their children progressing better. Yeah, like that. Because otherwise they will be against online.
Are there any other questions?
I mean, one thing super quick is, I mean, since we're talking about perceptions, I mean, a super quick thing for future, we could also do a mixed methods. I mean, to collect qualitative data and then interview, and if you're talking about future use, to really know, you know, what parents meant, and you know, to get a deeper sense of that, that could be one option.
So one question that I'm left with from your tables, from your figures, is what's the difference between the Philippines, Indonesia, and Mongolia, and the other countries? Because those are the three countries where the proportion using paper lessons was the highest. So I was thinking, okay, Indonesia and the Philippines, they're both archipelagos. Maybe it's harder to do online. I don't know. Then you've got Mongolia. I mean, one possibility is to say Mongolia has sort of islands of rural economies. But that's something that I think would be useful to actually say something about. You know, why some countries are actually depending a lot more on paper lessons than on online classes. And then the really one question, maybe it was Nias who asked it, that I really liked was, oh no, yeah, I think it was you. So it was it makes a difference whether you close schools one big length at a time, or whether do you actually cut it so that, you know, you've got periods when you're in person and periods when you're using online classes. That's going to be quite different from places where it's, you know, 4 months of not seeing anyone and only online. And in fact, some of the countries that are, I think, are managing better, or have managed better rather, you know, kind of they intersperse online with paper. So I wouldn't put all my money completely on the cumulative number of weeks of online classes, as though they all happened at one time. I think it's very different when you have that and when you have kind of spells of online classes.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we will definitely dig more into the country-specific context.
Hi, I really enjoy your presentation. My comment is kind of expected, and I believe you are already planned. I think it's quite natural to look into heterogeneity between those who have internet access without, and also a high income, low income, and also a higher household head education, and lower household head education. I think this heterogeneity would be, if I were you, I would definitely do that. And your killer chat on online education, I think if you confine your sample into those who have internet access, then the impact would be more pronounced. Without internet access, the gap will be much smaller. So I think, I believe you already plan to do that, but just a comment.
Thank you so much.
So I have only one small comment, because you mentioned about the omitted variable, so worry about the endorsement. Maybe you know there's some method to examine whether the estimate is sensitive to the correlation between the endogenous and the unobservable variable. For example, they have their method called the Oster. The Oster, they try to examine whether under some assumption between the correlation between the for example, the closer, the school closer and the unobservable variable, and then you can bound the effect. Yeah. Of course, maybe you want to try as a Robinet check.
Thank you so much. Maybe I will ask you later for the technical details.
There any other question? Maybe last question. I think for that we already have many helpful comments for Wataru and his team. So thank you very much for a very great presentation. So with that, we close the session today nicely, and we continue the discussion during our dinner.